Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Malicious Magpie. Hi, Jade. And hi, Wildflower. Welcome. I hope you are doing good. I forgot to inject. I forgot to inject. Give me a second. I need to inject insulin into my body so that I don't. Sorry, give me a sec. Give me just a few moments. Although I'm still here, just okay. There we go. Nice. We good. Yeah, my favorite Kobo streamer always tune nice to everyone. Am I? I thought I'm being. I thought I'm kind of just. I thought I'm being not so nice too.
Yep.
I don't know. Yeah, my second favorite. Hey, I'll take second favorite. Hi, Penna. You got Fuxin? Fuxin? Oh, Fujin. Oh. Fujin is really good. Overbaldy's favorite. Oh, Itty, of course. Itty is so adorable. I'll put you both in first place. Hey, I'll take it. I feel Itty is such a sweetheart, honestly. Itty is so heckin' adorable. But yeah, I hope you are doing good. Sorry about yesterday, was going through some stressful moments. So I had to stop for a little bit. But I just want to be here today. Want to play some heckin' Tekken. You and Itty on first place next to each other. Hey, I'll take it. Maybe I'll even pull Merp here. Like, Merp, come here. So can help on first place? Yeah, true. Two Kobos near each other? Oh no. Nuggies! Well, we're gonna wait for Overbolt now. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no, uh-oh. Isn't it just like the... What's the show again? Rapunzel? And then there's like a sequence where like a bunch of bad guy looking person, but they're all like really nice. And then there's like one little snippet of a huge guy with the littlest of unicorn, and then make them kiss. Like, no, kiss. Mental health is important as physical health. Yeah, I've been trying to have a bit of a I don't want to overwork myself. At the same time, I want to work myself harder. It's hard to balance sometimes, but I'll try. That's Rapunzel? Yeah, I was right. God, I'm so good. Rapunzel is nice. I kinda like it. It's not bad. It does have some gut-wrenching moment though. I mean, same goes for almost all movie, you're gonna have some gut-wrenching moment. But that one hits hard, I feel like. Like having no freedom? Ugh, for a kobold? Oh god. A kobold with no freedom? God damn. Where's my Tekken? Oh, there's my Tekken? Oh, Tekken. Oh yeah, also I bought a small game when it's on discount, but now not anymore. I bought Friend versus Friend. I saw this game on discount about last week, I think. So last week I bought this game, it was like 15 or something ringgit. I just immediately bought it because it looks good. I don't know if I'm gonna play it because it's PvP. I don't like PvP as much though. Favorite Friends was good, really good. And the boop, wow. Oh yeah, Wildflower is dragon, right? Dragon. I got a dragon boop. Oh my god. And a stinky dragon. Really good? Maybe I'll give it a try someday. But it's just that when it's PvP, I could treat it like Counter-Strike. Yeah, I streamed Counter-Strike before as well. And it's just me clowning because I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I could try. The game honestly looks very enticing. It is just the fact that it's PvP that is driving me away. If the game has like what you? Oh, I thought I think you are the dragon. Yeah, everything about the game is good. Just PvP. If they have like a PvE element to it, I'm gonna sink so many hours to this game. But anyway, Tekken 8. I know Tekken 8 is PvP, but it's a different story, this one. Here, let me close this one. I don't think I'm missing anything. Hopefully. Yeah, I'm a dragon? Nice. Then I have another stinky dragon and the dragon who likes to poop as well. Nice. I need... Always nice to see more dragon. Dragon very nice. Oh my god, I found Cobalt Stress Ball. Let me put it to my Discord. Because why not? Browsing Twitter while streaming? And not the first time. And Cobalt Stress Balls. Do I get squeezed like that? Little baby dragon, to be exact, with heart that wants to bring love and care for the whole world. That's ambitious. And that's really nice too. So you're saying that the dragon is almost the size of a kobold? Like the sound of that. So we're still trying to get Devil Jin to Tenryu, I think. But I think my Kazuya is at like Shinryu because I suck at the game. Yeah, I think Kazuya is Shinryu now, but it doesn't show here because I'm practicing. Let's do a little warm up. Where's the secluded? Yeah, this one. You saw my sauna? I don't think I did I? Oh, sorry, give me a second. I have an idea that I can make the game less flashy like this. I finally found a fix. And boop. There. This should be good. Right. It captures cursor, but it doesn't flash anymore. Nice. Oh my god, I feel so rusty. I feel so rusty. That kind of worked. I remember that's my weird combo. Oh no. I think I need to tilt my body to the left a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. More access to the D-pad. That's a combo. Also, I need to use this more. This one. Is it really that hard? I don't think it is. Oh no. Oh, that worked? Right, this 2 mid is really good. Remember? This one is -1 on block, but they have force crouch. This one is +3 on block. Very fucking linear, but I can make it work. And this one, this is cheese. Oh wait. It's a lot of damage though. Hi Narix. You got to see the Monsanto trailer too? Oh, I haven't seen any Monsanto trailer. Right, I forgot. I was trying to avoid it. I was trying to avoid as much as I can, that is. When, you know, for the past few days, Monsanto Wild has been... I've been bombarded with Monsanto Wild knowledge. But yeah, let's watch the trailer together. Or actually, I just want to watch it on my own. Or, you know, watch it with you guys. Words, please. Stinky, get that thigh? Oh, okay, I can get that thigh. Okay, let's get that thigh first.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Okay, I'm getting that thigh. I'm still here, by the way. It's just very far away. I need more space. I'm wearing a good pants today.
Yep.
It's not supposed to be this tiring. But it is. Don't forget the Street Fighter 6 stuff I plopped in the fighting game channel. Oh yeah, okay. I saw Terry Bogard in the thumbnail. Is this CBS? I think CBS is happening again. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Hey. Wait. Wait a minute. Wait. Let me find the trailer. Yeah, we're first and second trailer, right? This one? And let me mute the game first. There we go. I'm still trying to catch my breath. Oh shit. I've seen the first trailer. Well, not really seen the first trailer, but I've seen a lot of snippets that's posted on Twitter. Might as well count that as I seen the trailer. It's fine. I mean, oh, oh, hey.
Okay.
Hunter. Oh yeah, Hunter is voiced now.
Find a good spot, we can get things set up and ready to go. And then we can get started.
This is gonna be great!
You bet.
I hope we find them soon.
Damn. It's such a different feel.
Incredible. I've never heard of a Karachnoth herd this big before.
One of them's got big spikes on its back.
Oh, this alpha species? Oh my god, they got Sarag.
Now to lead it away from the pack. We'll make for the desert.
Right. The sandstorm. Now commencing the hunt by order of the guild.
Oh, the seamless transition. Oh, it's so good. And one tongue though. Oh, sacred breakfall? Small monsters hunting on large monsters? Two weapons. Yeah, two weapons, right? I don't know what this is, but I've seen so much of this.
I've selected you as a lead hunter for this expedition.
Thank you, sir.
I want to play this game now. God damn. That's real too. I've seen this stuff everywhere. This is in-game footage to what I understand. That's real. You block monsters like this now. Using Great Sword. What the fuck? What the fuck? Can it be 2025 already? Like now? Tomorrow? I want this game. I want this game now. Can I have this game now? When I ask, I want it. See, I was hoping that this could be Taramadu, but maybe not. Maybe something like there's two different snakes here. It's cool. I like it. Finally, same time publishing. We don't need to wait for like console first and then Steam version. No more of that. Hi Roxas. It's a horror game now? I mean, I would say Monster Hunter has always have that horror-esque feeling sometimes. On some hunts, especially during Rise, they have like the horror-esque feeling. When we first fought the Luna Garen. Yeah. Focus mode? Oh, we are playing Street Fighter? We can tank a hit? Where is it again? I think it's here. No, I don't think it's here. I forgot where it is. Yeah, it's here. This one? That is truly the highlight of this whole trailer. What the fuck? Do you realize what happened here? I mean, I know that we all have like counters in Monster Hunter Rise, right? We all have like countered big hit. This one is just something different. This one is not just counter. We fucking deflect the hit. Boom. We deflect the hit. Fuck. Fuck. Crossplay confirmed. Nice. Yeah, I've seen a lot of news about that. Like crossplay confirmed. Everyone just like. It's good. You know, they are listening. It's not tank, it's like slinger aim mode. It's a full alternative weapon animation set that involves your scout flying your slinger hook. Oh. So essentially it's like it's something like clutch claw while weapon is out, but a different move set entirely. Okay. I mean, that looks good. And then we have the second one. I want to play this game. See, the thing is, I want to play this game. At the same time, I'm afraid that my PC cannot handle this game. Like, I'm so afraid right now. My PC is like way below average. It's really weak. But we'll see. Hopefully they have like, you know, optimizations so that I can play the game in shit mode.
Over there!
Paliko speaking?
Why are you here?
You can't do this alone!
Sick.
We need to shake them off. Follow me. Yeah. Here it comes.
There's too many of them!
Watch out for that glove. I will draw its iron. Cover me.
You got it. Be careful.
Be ready.
This is so fucking sick.
If we can make it to
I-
the rocks, we may lose them.
I want to play this game. God.
As I feared, it picked up our scent.
I'll handle it. You find someplace safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, kind sir. Hey, yo, that mouth though? Shit. They did it again. I don't believe the game can get any better than World, but they did it again. Oh, we have a railgun now.
Don't worry, the hunter is here. Just watch. You'll see what hunting is all about.
Yeah, like the game is set in a forbidden land, right? They said the monsters are all fucked up, and I love them. Like they are like alien species at this point, but they look so fucking good. Like I didn't think they could do better than World, but they did. Maybe like ×3 better than World. Fuck, I don't even know how they do it. Like I might be a Monster Hunter fangirl myself. I always love Monster Hunter. I simp for Monster Hunter always, but this is beyond what I imagined the game would be. There's so many things new, and also, I think I saw Leviathan, right? These are Leviathans, right?
Watch out for that glove.
Yeah, they're Leviathans. So, Lagiacrus?
Cover me.
You know, Lagiacrus maybe? Lagiacrus? You know, we have Leviathans now.
If we can make it to the
So maybe Lagiacrus is... There's a chance, is what I'm saying. There's a chance.
descent.
I'll handle it. You find someplace safe.
Thank you.
Thank you. The Leviathan has a funny name. Oh, I don't know the name. Is there like an official website for Monster of the Wilds now? The Superman dive? Oh, the mount can dodge as well? Nice. So our Sacred can run on 2 legs and also run on run on all 4s.
Don't worry, the hunter
New
is
Monster Hunter game.
here. Just watch.
Hi,
You'll
Toy
see
Sauce.
what hunting is all about.
Look at that. Like the monsters are also out of the ordinary. I love it though. I just noticed like Bowgun with a shield. Okay, bonus in Monster Hunter Wilds. Safe data bonus. Can receive particle equipment for use in Monster Hunter Wilds by having saved data for Monster Hunter World or Monster Hunter World Iceborne in the PlayStation 5 or PC. Oh, I mean, yeah, we have them. With the way it's folded on the back, it's a heavy bow gun. Oh, the first trailer, right? The first trailer? I think it's around here. This one? Is it? I don't know. I never played light bow gun or heavy bow gun. I have zero knowledge on them. Oh wait, at the start.
Here it comes.
There's too many of them.
We can double check.
Watch out for that glove. I will draw its iron. Cover me.
You got it. Be careful.
Switch.
If we can make it to the rocks, we may lose them.
Is that heavy bow gun? I cannot tell. I mean, to me, it looks heavy bow gun because I remember light bow gun being a lot smaller. Is this the first time we have heavy bow gun rapid fire? Maybe? Like I said, I have zero knowledge on them. I have no idea. I mean, there is rapid fire, this one.
Make it to the rocks, we may lose them.
Oh, the Sacred is so adorable, no? Sacred, right? I don't know how to pronounce the name, but the mount? Very nice. I love them. They're cool. They're adorable. Look at that face. I love it. Anyway, also we have Street Fighter 6 trailer, the newest one. Yeah, yeah. See the thumbnail. We have Terry. We have Mai. The fuck is going on? Is this CVS going on over again? Is that Cody? I mean, there's no Cody, right? Yeah, it's Terry. Of course it's Terry. It's in the thumbnail. See? Okay, let me pause this right here. If I don't know if I don't know who, if they change the thumbnail to be more mysterious, I would lose my mind. I'm not a huge Terry fan, but I would lose my mind still because this is just CVS all over again, and I'm all for it. You know, Capcom versus SNK, it's happening again, finally. I would absolutely lose my mind. Oh. Wait, Elena looks really good here. What the fuck? I mean, I know Elena in Street Fighter 4 looks... In Street Fighter 4, Elena is just feet. All you see is just feet with her. But this one, at least, Elena looks a lot better, I feel like. Just don't give me Street Fighter 4 Elena, please. That's nightmare shit. I lost my mind seeing a live stream. I would lose my mind too. because it's essentially just CVS. I would, but because I look at the thumbnail, it's like, oh, hey, there's Terry and there's Mai. And then look at it, it's like, oh, that's how the trailer is. You know, it's a different perspective, but still, I'm half losing my mind here. And then there's also Bibson, right? Oh, that's scary though. Bibson? Damn, Bibson shirtless? Shit. Oh, Elena is wearing sandals now? Good. No more just feet, Elena. No more just feet, alright? And there's also a gameplay trailer for Bibson, right? Yeah, this one. Bibson gameplay trailer. I'm gonna play Street Fighter again. I'll try to make it work.
Do I resemble this man you call Bison? I shall take that name for myself. Interesting.
Ooh.
I shall crush your spirit.
That's a cool throw. What was that? Are you just arbiter now? Oh, what is that? Hey, it's classic Bibson. How fast was that? Sorry. Wait, sorry. Wait, no. What the fuck? Bro, buddy, bro, full screen? Full fucking screen. Drive rush. I mean, Guile, well, Guido here is doing Sonic Beam, as he always does. It gets punished for it, full screen. Oh, okay, granted it's delayed. Charge character? Psycho Crusher, of course. I was like, there's a lack of Psycho Crusher here. Damn, what a combo though. That's not level 3, right? Mega Psycho Crusher?
Satisfy my hunger. That is all I need from you.
What happened to Bibson? He dark urge, memory loss. He suffered from memory loss. That's why he looks like this. Wonder what happened in Street Fighter 5. Don't care though. I'm here to play the game, not learn about the story. But man, looking at all the cross-ups shit around somewhere around here, I think. Like, what the hell is that? What is this? What? You're telling me there's like a airborne cross-up setup here, and then this bait, and I don't understand. I would not be happy fighting against Bibson. I'm just gonna say it right now. Right? I feel like I'm gonna suffer playing against Bibson. But then again, it all comes with experience, right? The more you play the game, the more you're gonna understand the game, and also the characters. The same goes with Tekken. You know, I played Tekken for a long time. That's why I can, yeah. Normal Bibson stuff he had. Fuck, I haven't seen Bibson in so long. I don't even know. Like last time I saw Bibson was Street Fighter X Tekken. And I don't even know what Bibson does. Kobo, hi Brian. Hello, Burubu, Burubu. Full screen. Bibson. A bit, you know, looking at this, I feel like Bibson is projectile spam character nightmare. Because there's so many things that he can do, which is like, oh, you're throwing projectiles? Well, you're dead, haha. That kind of feel. Icterid fan, I have something to tell you. You should read a book I just started and can't put down. Ooh. Not a big fan of reading a book, but I do read books. Very rarely, though. What book is it? What if it was spicy? Ooh. Oh. Hey, maybe? I don't know. But Bibsum is cool. Bibsum is cool. But I want to play Akuma more. Akuma makes me want to play this game. And I've been trying to find a way. It's all good. Someday I'm gonna find a way to find Street Fighter again. I'm gonna play Street Fighter. I genuinely want to play this game. The game looks good. Just my PC can handle it. Sadly. Very sadly. But it's alright. Someday I can play it. And it was specifically spicy about an Icterid, a forest guardian with wolf skull face and deer antlers and huge palms. Alright, I'm sold. I'm very sold. I am very sold. Ooh. Very delayable? It's called A Soul to Keep. The forward by the author literally says for the monster focus. Okay, I'm keeping it in my note. It's a book, right? Soul to Keep. Done. It's in my notes now. Haven't tried out Classic Marathon and Blood as well. Haven't played a lot of games lately. Or, you know, because I've been so obsessed with Monster Hunter Frontier. The audiobook has 2 narrators, and the guy who voices the monster is such a deep, growly voice, just melts my fucking brain. Oh, wow. Oh, it's an audiobook. What a dream voice. The growly voice. I think that's a voice I wanted to have back then, but now it's just kind of changed. Oh, this one doesn't wall break. Ooh. I know not everyone does audiobooks. I feel like I would love audiobook more. I assume audiobook means that it's just people reading the book's content, right? So that I can listen to them instead of just me reading them, because I have poor... when I read books, I feel like crap. I cannot read books. That's why I always avoid reading stuff as much as I can. It hurts my brain. That's a good combo. Yeah, they just ran straight out the voice of the characters. I like to listen with an earbud while I drive or cook or shop or whatever. Chores, laundry. I mow the lawn while listening to it. Yeah, audiobook sounds good. Which makes things really awkward when the neighbor walked up to me while the book was talking about money. I mean, they don't know what you're listening to. It's fine, right? It's okay. They don't know what you're listening to. I like Coliseum.
Get ready for the next battle.
That's a combo. Oh, that's a mid option. Oh, it's too far. Also, this is a good move. Don't forget this. How menace is it now? The auto definitely don't skip out the good stuff. Check it out. I will. I will check it out. Maybe audiobook is a really good idea. Yeah. I feel like I will enjoy doing other stuff while listening to audiobooks. I mean, I love video essays when I play games as well. It's great.
Round one. Fight.
Bro, you would do that? Nice counter hit. God damn it, I almost ran up to it. Yeah, that's right.
Round two. Fight.
Chair. Uh-oh. Delay.
Round three. Fight.
Doesn't work that way. You trying to cheese me out in the on the first round? No way. I don't think I want to play again. Yeah. I mean, I've been calling them out with all the bullshit. That's fair. A soul to keep. Now I kinda want to just listen to it. But then again, it's... I'm streaming. I cannot... No. Wait, can I do... Ooh, that's too far. Maybe if I... Oh, I thought I can do it. 6%. Let's try. It's spicy. Yeah, when the book talks about monster gore, it's definitely very spicy.
Get ready for the next battle.
No, why Alisa? Okay. No, I learned new stuff. Is that the chainsaw 3-hit string, the third hit is high to my knowledge? I might be wrong, but we'll see.
Fight.
Nice. Oh, it's a... Oh, second hit is high. Okay. Nice, I'm dead. Oh, second hit is high. Okay. That's hard to react to. Nice side step. Jesus. Nice. They know what they're doing. Dave.
Round three. Fight.
Second hit. Is it really high? I'll do it again. Jesus fucking Christ, Alyssa. Just do things and win. I mean, it is Alyssa. I'm not surprised. Like if I know what they're doing, they're just gonna disconnect with the 6%.
Round one. Fight.
Oh god, second hit. Let's have some patience. Nice mid. It's grounded? Insane.
Round two. Fight.
Oh. Jesus. Nice mid. They know what they're doing. Oh, they always go for that. Right, alright. That looks like a low. I'm not recognizing that. Feels like shit, but it's okay. Is that natural? Unduckable? Wow, yeah. It sure feels like shit when Alyssa can just do whatever she wants and win. To be fair, there's no string I ducked, but still. Yeah, this is just a state of Tekken right now. When Alyssa just press buttons, Alyssa wins. Too bad, really. I'm not even gonna complain too much. Oh, that's kinda cool. Hi, Nick.
Get ready for the next battle.
You're spicy, especially in a curry? I mean, curry is inherently spicy, isn't it? No, why is it why are you bonked off screen? How about think next? Oh my god, it's Dio! Guarantee? Oh god. What a step.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Nice. I don't know why I ducked. Oh, they messed up. Oh! My backdash is not clean. I could have won.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh! Misinput. Nice, I'm dead. I should have waited for them. I panicked a little bit towards the end. That's punishable too. Never panic. Ah. Combo. Oh, we take those. Totally not, didn't say the name of the book where I was talking about. Am I right? I'm looking for sleep because heartburn, but okay, otherwise. Oh, heartburn? Oh no. Nice. Ooh, nice orbital. Get check. Need to punish that. Oh, nice. I ran into it. Nice. Oh, nice low. Good shit.
Round 3. Fight.
That was so bad. Uh-oh. Nice punish. Oh. Nice mid. I'm dead. Nice timing. Oh god. It was sweep towards the end. Hey, we take those?
Get ready for the next battle.
It's because you didn't share the cake last time. That doesn't cause heartburn. More bird? Always more bird. Albeit a Cobalicious ground bird. Maybe? I like dragons though. It's basically Beauty and the Beast but rated X. I just hope the beast doesn't turn into human towards the end. That always has been a huge pet peeve of mine. Like, you know, the good ending of the story, the monster becomes human again. It's like, hey yo, what the fuck? Let them become dragon. Oh no, it's sparkling water. It's probably gonna be like a very spammy dinner. I'll see what I can do. Here we go. Second hit. Patience. I'll do it again. Get robbed. Oh shit. Second hit. What happened? Nice timing. Oh. That was random. I mean, in that sense, Shrek kinda has the best ending then, no? You would be surprised that I never watched Shrek before, so I don't know what the ending is. Oh, shit. Ooh. Is that natural now? Oh, nice. There's no way that's natural, right? Nice mid. Ooh, timing. So they use that as keep out. Ooh. Nice mid. Ooh. Backdash into that. That was actually kind of beautiful. Thank you. That looks like a high. Ooh, damage! That's good, that's good.
That was disappointing.
I'm surprised that they are not pressing as much button as Nina. They are sort of kind of learning how I play, even though I don't know what I'm doing as well. I don't know what I'm doing with Devojin yet, because you know, I'm not good with Devojin at all. Come on, man. Oh! Nice mate. Too far. Oh, too linear. Oh, that's a launcher. Oh my god, what the fuck? Go away. I forgot your demon pulse sucks. Oh, that's unpunishable. Nice mate.
Round 4. Fight.
Bro, really? Nice stuck. They tried, I guess. Man, is this the current Tekken 8 spectacle spectrum? Really? I'm a little bit worried. Like it's Alisa spam. Oh, one good Brian though. Nah. I recommend seeing it once spoiled. Okay. Can I do electric after that? Oh, that's hard. Oh yeah, don't forget about this. The cheese. The cheese. Damage. I can probably do more than this. Minus 14, wow. I didn't know it's so minus. I just found this a really good mid. Not bad. This one is really good. Plus 3 on block. A lot of people have been respecting this move a lot. This one. When they block it, they don't press buttons. I was kinda surprised too, because usually people block things that will want to retaliate immediately. That's why frame trap works really well on low ranks. This one is 13. So if they force crouch, the fastest move is Wassailing 4, 11 frames. Usually.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, lore fight? Lore? Cheese. Cheese sounds good. Why is it always this stage? Come on. Smoochy man? Seriously? Oh, they tried. Come on, man. I need to punish that. Yeah, like that. Interesting. Third hit, I was airborne. Good stab! Oh my god, that's actually fucking beautiful. Yeah, Jin's was saying 4-4 hurts. Someday gonna low parry that shit. Oh! Good punish. That's not a punish. Good patience. Hey, they got something cooking. Third hit. Yeah, they got something cooking. They have good timing. Nice. Ah, back 1-2. I tried. Woohoo! I was airborne. Brain trap. Yeah. Kazuya is tough to play. So is Devotion. Kazuya, currently I feel like Kazuya is the most honest character in the game. I feel like.
For the next battle.
I mean, kudos to even play Kazuya. Like, really. See, it's not bad, right? It's Sunday afternoon and it's a lot of matches going on. I like it.
Get ready for the next battle.
Why is there so much Nina today? I mean, 2 is not a lot, but 2 is a lot. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see Nina at all, and then today there's only 2 almost back-to-back Nina. I mean, I know Nina is strong, but wow. And Nina is not that strong, I feel like. On high-level play, if people know how to, like, duck Nina's strings, Nina is just dead.
Round 1. Fight.
He's just pressing buttons? Okay. Okay. You would do that twice? Okay. Let's try to duck the third hit. Oh, like fuzzy duck. Second hit. Must be punishable. Come on, I broke it. Oh, I forgot that's a thing. Nice. How is that all natural? Oh, wow, good to keep out. Oh, third hit. They actually let it rip.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
Alright, some duckable strings. Try... Some move must be punishable, right? The huge kick must be back 1-2 able. Let's learn, let's learn. Nice armor. Low. Mid. Nice. I was sidestepping. Got caught. Too late. Check, check. Guns! Guns! Okay, I have to duck the guns. Okay, okay. Oh, my backline is not clean. Nice armor. Oh! I waited for it too! Ooh, high crush. Might be dead. She's in rage. Woohoo! Oh, that low is really fast. Good shit.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
I mean, that low doesn't give a lot of damage, but man, the mental stack is real. I think Nina is like the mental stack D character. Like there's so many strings I never seen before. Yeah. And my mental stack is full against Nina.
Get ready for the next battle.
Have I ever mentioned that Tekken is the only game where when I stream Tekken, I'm actually sweating? It's the only game that I am actually being a sweat lord. Or I'm being a sweat queen, I don't know. What's the other word for sweat lord? I don't know. But yeah, it's the only game where I'm actually just trying really hard, sweating, trying to win, learn the game. I would say it's the only game. Ooh. Oh, back one, nice. Upper. Upper. Ooh, with a stab. Nice. Mid, mid, mid. Fair enough, fair enough. Ooh, nice Sonic Fang. I can break it. Ooh. Yeah, don't wake up like that. Uh-oh. Hi, Bree. Ah, Birdman. Nice delay. They waited for it. Woohoo. Ooh, strengths. Nice. Mid, mid. Pressure. Down back 2 is good. Make them duck. Sweepy. How bad do we get brain? Let's go. Let's go. Nice. Oh! Nice back one. Oh, nice back one. Goddamn. Upper. Oh, I thought it's punishable. Woo! Oh my god, what a back one. I deserve that. Yeah, I deserve this. Good. Nice jab check. Whoa! Shit. Nice! Need to break throws. They're doing the same throw. I should be able to react to it. Oh, second hit. Low. Low. Mid. Body.
Final round.
Body.
Fight.
Nice. Woohoo! Nice. Disrespect. Let's go!
Get ready for the next battle.
I don't think lore is a gender term, but Sweat Queen sounds fun too. You know what? Sweat Queen sounds fun too. But I always thought that lore is for male, mostly, I think. I might be wrong, but it's just to my knowledge, which can be wrong. Everyone's using Wi-Fi. CT5 damage with good ulti? You're right, I can cheese people with this. If people jab check a lot, you use this move.
Get ready for the next battle.
Another stave. That is a strategist. Why? I put my rank to be ±3. I don't think it is. Lord, as far as I know, is just a title for someone who owns an amount of land in some countries, like in Scotland. Oh. Oh jeez, what the fuck is going on? Terry?
Fight.
Bro, your PC's dying, bro. Whoa, that was good. Over here.
Round 2. Fight.
Mid. Whee! Ooh, what's that? They know what they're doing. Oh, bro! Good choice. They're good. They know what they're doing. They're not definitely not new player. Up. Ooh, fire. Nice. Come on, I pressed it. Fire. Oh my god, it's a count hit. Ooh. Good bait, good bait.
Final round. Fight.
Big chance. Oh, Reggie? Oh yeah, Reggie did play King. Reggie did play Tekken for a little bit, I remember.
Fight.
No.
Round 2. Fight.
Big jab. Oh, nice back one. Oh, they were ready. They don't take blows. Do you know? They were fuzzy guarding. Oh,
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
Aramish. Oh,
Tilda. Howdy things, Tyra.
Tyra.
Get slimed with these slime gems. D.
Get ready
D.
for the next battle.
Slime gems. Hey, as long as they have gems, I'll take it. It's Aramish, right? Hi. Welcome. Also, thanks for the slime gems. They are, you know, slimy, but I'll take it. They are gems. I can clean them up afterwards. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for the gems. I like gems. It is Aramish. I adjusted my username to include my OC's name, Elaine. Oh, Shy. Hello. Welcome. Moisturize? I will moisturize. I will moisturize right now. Thank you, Shay. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. I miss Tekken. I love Tekken, but man, sometimes it can be stressful. Sometimes. Do I have two? Really? That's kinda cool though. No? Oh, wait. Oh, that's a combo. Wait. +8 on block? Mid? Is it mid? Sorry. It is a mid. Damn, +8 on block, I can just do electric afterwards or something else. Just anything. Suddenly there's not a lot of people playing anymore. $34? Oh, it's such a difference. Maybe jab back 4? 37. It's so bad. But it does give really good Oki though. Like, not gonna lie. Face down, head towards us. Yeah, that's pretty good. No! This one damage, but face up, head away from us. Maybe I should opt for more Oki situations? I mean, damage is good when I'm trying to kill them, or like when I'm trying to rack up the damage, but I just, it's hard for them to get up there.
Get ready for the next battle.
Lena? 4 for 2? 4 for 2, 3, duck. Duck Sentai 3, and I'll be Gucci.
Round 1. Fight.
Interesting. So he plays Sentai, isn't it? I'm getting hit by everything. Okay, they only play Sentai, just rush them down. Nice. Patience. Damn. Oh! No way, I dropped it! I could have won there. I don't think that's guaranteed. Oh god. Oh, my backdash is not clean. Really? They don't want? I don't think they want to play.
I figured out how they play. Yeah, I figured out how they play. They don't want to play anymore.
Get ready for the next battle.
Brilliant! Player Mesh Invitation? I never had that before. Sure, I guess. 9 numbers? How do I accept? Is it from community? I don't know who Brilliant is though. Why am I joining this? Oh, they already finished someone. Alright, bye bye. Hey, I'm here to play online. Alright, I'm not here to wait. Hope you're doing good numbers. Devil Jin. I'm good? Nice. Are you so cute? Oh, you're cute.
Get ready for the next battle.
And recreate Archipelago of the Beans. Oh, nice. How do you pronounce that word? I read it as Archipelago, but maybe that's something else. I don't know. Dark Souls 3 done in 1 hour 30 minutes. Oh. It took me multiple months though. because I'm really bad at it. Got really lucky with the seed. Nice. Wow. And that's a much better wall carry. Down for 1-2. This one? Wait, that's cool. Oh, that's cool though. I want to do it. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. I mean, I guess it's only Jack exclusive, but man.
Or like big body characters only? Oh, these 2 hits natural? Minus 12. 11. 9. Oh! Mid, high, mid. Both are hit mid, high, mid. Yeah, it's fine. 4 bars is fine. I want to see if I can get...
Ready for the next battle.
What? I want to see if I can get my Devil Jin to at least Gario. Oh, we're both the same. Oh my god, that sucked. Oh. I don't think that's punishable. Damn. Good punish. I don't know why I did that. That was stupid.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, it is punishable. Damn. Nice stab. Plus 8. Nice. Ooh. Nice.
Round 4. Fight.
Ooh, what is that? Strings! Strings! Ew. We take those, baby. This is just... We are both not using any gimmicks. This is just pure Tekken right now. We don't... We're just trying to open up with mid-lows. That's no gimmicks. And then I do the occasional down back 1+2. Oh, Tsunami, I didn't block. I didn't punish that, really? That's punishable. Nice. Woohoo! Oh. Nice. I don't know what I'm doing. How did they place that so well? Oh wow, what is that? I should have cut this string, I did. Ooh. They do a lot of heist. Let me try to counter that. Or don't do that. Oh my god, range. That scared me a little bit. That was -10. Damn, what is that? Not that punishable. Alright. Alright. -14. Oh my god, no range. Don't do that, I'm gonna tuck it. Let's go. Yeah, we both had good blocks, I think. We both had not bad blocks. Not too like average defense. How minus is this? 13? This one is 13? It's not guaranteed though. I'd rather just punish with Wasteland 4-4 with
Get ready for the next battle.
3 Ninas in a day. Really? 3 Nina in a row? Well, not in a row, but like not back to back. But 3 Ninas today now? That's rare though. Interesting. Ooh, spacing. Careful. Nice. Ooh, they know the stuff. They know the stuff. Amateur. Lamau, your PC is dying, brother. Number 3. Hey, Eliminator. One more and then we got Gario.
Going somewhere?
Why do you want to play with me? Oh, that's a mix to it, really? Nice. Nice armor.
You're not getting away.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice.
Round 3.
Nice. Third hit. Nice. Nice, I ducked. Oh, it's guaranteed. Not fast enough. Come on, block it. Don't wake up like that. My package not clean. Nice mid. Combos. Mid, okay. Very convincing. Classic. Come on, man. Ooh, nice. Low. Another low. Big check. Big check. Fair enough, fair enough. Good choice, good choice.
Isn't it past your bedtime?
Are they testing my right side play? I think. They might be testing my right side play. Oh, my other side, essentially. Big check. Oh, nice. Is it a 2-brick? They look like 1 break though. We take that. I think the way that I'm playing Devil Jin is
Get ready for the next battle.
so basic. Like, actually so basic. I don't even know what else I can do with Devil Jin. No, Devil Jin is tough, man. Oh, back 3! Okay, I've been using down back 1+2 a little bit. And if I feel like I'm getting pressured, back 3 is the way to go. Alright. Why is it always this stage? What's wrong with the rank today? I want to see the other stages, come on. Bro, my legs are broken, buddy. Mid? Oh, homing. Good choice. Mid. Oh, I went into it. Well. No. Low, 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 mid. Oh my god, my leg is actually broken with all the lows that she's doing. Oh, nice, good timing. Oh, there's no punishment. Back 1-2. I think it's a high. Nice mid. Low, low. Ooh. Not bad timing. All I can say about this Lily is the bravery of this woman. The absolute balls that this woman has is insane. The amount of lows that she's doing. Oh, nice. I need to stop getting hit back now. Not that punchable. Just go for opt for what's saying 4-4 for now. I think it's a high. I think there's a high too. That move is good. Let's play a little bit more defensively. Duck. Ow. Ooh. It's the mid? Back 1-2, I guess? It's a mid-mid? I don't think it's a mid-mid. It has to be a high at some point, right? Actually, I want to go to replay for a little bit, this one. There's no way they can just do that over and over again. It's like getting away from murder. Let me check. Because it has to be a mid-mid, right? Oh, sorry. I wanna check out the replay for a little
Get
bit.
ready for the next battle.
I did. Wow, really? You just go into it with 2 Korean names? No, get me out.
Fight.
There we go. This one.
Get ready for the next battle.
It looks like I could just skip the intro. Nice.
Round one. Fight.
That's a high, isn't it? Yeah, I blocked this one, but I don't think I punished it. Yeah, that was bad. Oh my god, it's a mid. Oh, it's minus 12. Oh, that is minus 12. So let me go back. Yeah, this one. Sorry. It's punishable. Hi, yeah, okay, now that I know. I always thought it's a duckable string. So that's why in my brain I was like, okay, so that move is safe. It's not. God damn it. Okay, good to know. The see thing is we learn new things every day, huh? I still want this one. Devil Jim Kazaba.
Get ready for the next battle.
The Devil Jim. $73. The damage is so sad. Jim. Devil Jim.
Devil Jim.
Devil Jim, there it is. I can hold 4 to this? Into schmicks? 1 plus 2. I'm plus 8. Okay, on block it doesn't allow, which is fair. I heard that this is possible. Or is it not anymore? Oh, it's only plus 9 now. Wait, wasn't it used to be plus 13 or 14? Devil Dim.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh no, Hua Lang. 정신 좀 차려. Oh no. Good armor. Ow. Oh yeah.
Round 2. Fight.
That's not it. Nice. Why am I getting killed by only armor move? Okay, wait. Just block. It's fine. Until they do the armor move. There we go. It's okay. Chill. Nice armor. I'm just gonna wait for him to do that and then. Yeah, just wait for them to do armor. Why would they just do armor raw? I'm not pressuring them. Oh wow, okay. It's 13. Nice. Yay! Yeah, they're doing 1+2 throw now. Let's try my best to break throws. Really? Oh, so raw. Stop sprinting, you shit! You know, sometimes just gonna go ooga booga down back 1+2. Yeah. 10%. Okay. 10%. It's a little dangerous, I would say. Fang? Victor! Yes, of course. Of course it's Victor. They're probably gonna spam while running too, I feel like. So we'll see how we deal with this Victor. Sidestep right. Explosion. 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 Nice. Born apple teeth. Is that mid? Oh Jesus. The snowball! Holy shit! The snowball! Plus. Swap! It's minus 13. Ooh, they know, okay. Yeah, that Tenryu, they should know about this string. Damn, that move is too good. Yeah, too many times. They are looking for it, they're looking for it. Don't spam it, don't spam it. They are Victor, they still know about something, okay? Nice. No, I didn't break that. Nice. The leg of this man. Lamau. I love jab checking people. That's my weakness and my strength. Tout le monde. Je Merci beaucoup. Baguette, baguette. Oh, we take that. Explosion! Oh, too obvious. Nice. Explosion! Nice, mate. Hi, Brecky. I finished the animation I talked about yesterday. Can I show it to you? Oh my god, yeah! Minus 20! What am I doing? Nice. Oh my god, it just entirely whiffed my jab with that? Really? Explosion. Woohoo! Yeah, good call. Hi, Brecky. Hi, hi. I think I can highlight the ears more for dark mode. Oh, that one? Wait, my mouse. I cannot find my mouse. Nice. That move is way too good. Hop kick. Nice. Dundee. Low. Low. Fair enough. Very obvious. Mashima. Mashama. So French say Mishima as Mashama? I found my mouse. Oh my god, the ear wiggle! Woohoo! Bone apple teeth. Ah! Oh, too late. Dead. I pressed 1+2 a little bit too late. Ah, my guy. I tried to react to it. Mid. I pressed 1. They found it. Again. Homing throws? Okay. Nice mid, I ducked. Low. Ah. Need to break that throw, really. Nice. Nice bit. Low. Yeah, low heat smash. Forgot about that. I got victored. Very salty Victor. They cannot handle losing to a most difficult to play character in the game.
Get ready for the next battle.
Think of the highlight ears more normal. Maybe bigger eyes too. Eyes and ears have to pop more. Are we doing it? I think we're okay. At least better than yesterday. a lot better than yesterday. See ya. God, I love that fly though.
Get ready for the next battle.
I'm just looking at the wiggles. I mean, I cannot say much about it because I genuinely love that. It's good.
Round one. Fight.
Wait, wasn't this first Dragonok that we fought today? Wanting to become... Wow, a nice stab actually. Oh my god, the fucking teleport grab! Who would fucking see that? Fuck off! You shit! Roll back 4 frames, you go with the throw? Actual teleportation, you fuck! It's okay, skill issue. Sometimes I'll learn how to break throws. I'm just gonna press. I'm just gonna press.
Round three. Fight.
But what is wrong with your rollback frames? Stop doing that. Nah. I win. You know what I mean once I make them pop more? Mm.
Round one. Fight.
That's not coming hit. Big check. That's how you deal with pressure? Whoa. They're all I have no patience. Oh god, nice.
Round two. Fight.
Mid. What are you doing? Yee. Come on, I did that too. Good call. This is not gonna hurt, I'm airborne. But still, it's a one-touch situation. I don't have rage? They panicked. Mid. Yeah, no block. Nah. You do that too many times. Woohoo! Hello? I should low block that one. They do it too many times. Oh shit. I got hit by that too many times. What are you doing? Are you trying to sidestep? Nice jab chat. Oh, what a combo! Fair enough, that was very obvious. Really? You think I spam buttons? I don't. Oh, at least I don't think I'm spamming buttons. I know when to press, sort of.
Get ready for the next battle.
I mean, doing good so far with Devojin, honestly. Not bad. Oh no! Oh, it's a special low. I just realized. I was like, they're not ducking. Why are they not getting hit? And I realized it's a special goddamn low. Really, this is a special low. Asuka's is not special low, is it? Just do this, I guess. Yeah. We skid again. It's a combo. Okay. Devil Jin. Pain Way? I'm dead. Tio! I'm gonna get Tio to death. Tio! 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 What the fuck are you doing? Oh my god! What the fuck? Tio! Yeah! Tio! 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 Oh no. +6? Hi? My brother? Chisuba! Stop! Do you know that's a frame trap? I don't think you do. I'm gonna keep doing it because it's working. Oh my god. Oh! Oh, I pressed one. Chisuba! Oh, not punishable. No, this is punishable. Stop! Don't whip buttons, you know I have my gun ready. I have my gun ready, don't whip buttons. Oh my god, okay. Tio! Tio! Hello? Bro, that's frame trap, buddy. You learn someday. Oh, high crush, good shit. Ten strings? 10 strings? Tio! Tio! Ooh, trap? Oh my god, Tio! Ooh, nice duck. Yeah! Stop! Best combo in the game. Frame trap. Tio! Let's go, Tio. We destroy Tio. This is the definition of, let's say, all offense, no defense. I'm actually kind of curious. Can I check my own stats for this? After next one, because I know there's like a stat tracker where it tracks your attack, defense, and stuff like that. I'm actually kind of curious on how much my defense is. I mean, I block a lot, but I don't block as much, I feel like.
Get ready for the next battle.
Victor! Baguette Hong Hong! Baguette! Let's go, Baguette! Baguette! Colo! Oh my god. Bone apple teeth! Delay. Whoa! I'm actually dead! Chari! Good shit. Ichekimat. Expulsion! Packet! Expulsion! You were pressing buttons out of there? Do it. No! Duck the Glock. Duck the gun. They like that string. Ooh la la! I'll do it again. Bone apple teeth! It's a punish in the hell. Damn it! Stop! Baguette. Oh, what a stab! Oh, I pressed one. I need to break this row. I will break this row. Oh! Yeah, sounds about right. I cannot break throws. Ah, confirm. Korlock. Bone apple teeth. I don't care. I don't care. I'm gonna shoot my gun. Electric. Oh. They know. They're aware. Hell sweep. One electric. One. Got him. Bone apple teeth. Let's go, Devil Jingaryu. I have another dragon. We have 4 dragon ranks. 3 dragon ranks. Tenryu, Shinryu, and Garyu. Yaki Biki Owl. Ow. That was sick punish. Bone apple teeth. Oh my god. Get fucked, stupid. Explosion more. Eat my sidestep too, bitch. I'm sorry. Korlock. Oh. Wow, nice combo. Actually, nice combo. Come on. Bone apple teeth. Plus -4. Come on, I know I can break it. No, Korlock. Nice stab, buddy. That was really good. Oh, Korlock. No. Woo. Devil Gene, please. What? Bone apple teeth. Ah. You know, I have a gun. I'm dead! Good shit. I don't know why I'm having so much fun fighting against this Victor. Don't ask me why I'm having so much fun fighting against this Victor. Victor! Fuck it! We punish that, we punish that. Huh. No! I'll do it again, I'll do it again. Boom! Nah. Ah! Wow, that was good. I tried to punch well, not punch parry, sorry. Ah! No! I tried to cheat! No, wait. Wait. No, wait. Mishuma. Devil Gene dead. I got bugged. Bugged. That's not a punish. Why are you pressing buttons there? You were minus 24. Or minus 18 or something. Stop! I can punish that. Mid. Oh no. I have a gun! Ow. Good call, good call, good call. Nice, nice. Forget. Oh my god, that was minus 20! Nice. Nice. I pressed it though, I'm dead. I have a gun! Bug it! Not bad, not bad. Got the bucket. Let me see if I can get somehow get Devil Jin to Shinryu. my half-baked Devil Jin. Fuck. And I've been using this. It's pretty good. No delay hop kick. I mean, I never used delay hop kick. there's a bunch of birds outside my window.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, Leo is tough. Not too sure what to do with Leo.
Round one. Fight.
That's what you do? Okay, sweet. They got scared. They got scared when the electric came out.
Round two. Fight.
Are you just pressing buttons? And you duck that. Jesus fucking Christ. Goddamn Leo. You could just do everything forever. Okay. Yoshi? Oh, third hit, I forgot. I forgot about the third hit. How can I? I know about it, but I didn't expect them to use it. Nice low. Safe, safe. Safe launches. We love them. Nice mid. Woo! At tough. Leo's pressure is insane. Back 1-2. Ow. High crush. Loss! Ah, I forgot to cancel it. That was obvious. Looks like a high. Ooh. Oh fuck! Oh shit! Oh shit! Back 1-2. Oh my god, my 4-4-2 is shorter than Leo's down for 2? I'm very surprised. Good patience. I think that's a high. Devil Jin, please. KBD. Nice. What the bro? Good armor. Too many trades. Low parry there. Nice. Yeah, I should know because they're enhanced. They always want to opt for it. High. High. Safe. Oh! I tried to sidestep! Yeah, Leo is tough to deal with. Nice, Salty. Taken a game that I'm surprisingly okay at. Ooh. Yeah, nice. I need to drink. I tried to get the Mishimas to high rank. I have Reina and Kazi and now Devil Jin at high rank now. Nice. I mean, I just reached Garyu with Devil Jin.
Get ready for the next battle.
No, why is it another Leo? So my favorite kobold. Whee! Hello. Oh my god, I'm gonna get captured! Fuck! I love this custom. Hello? Safe. Safe. Stop! Nice, second hit. You would do that again. Unhunt. Yeah, Leo is just insane. Oh, was saying 2. Stop. Oh my god, you're just pressing buttons, buddy. Jesus! Leo! Who designed you? Why are you so insane? Oh my god. I didn't know I'm fighting against a Xiaoyu. Oh my god. They whipped the first hit. Yeah, good low. Damn, Leo. Ball. Oh, fuck you. Fuck off, man. Fuck off if you're 1 off. I didn't know it was legal to catch kobolds. Only if you're a dragon, I guess. Then, yeah. Boo-hoo, guess I'm too not good for the game, and then they just 1-off me. I'm too bad for them. They don't want to play again. Ooh. I never realized my electrics are so rusty. They're not as crisp as I used to be now. To be fair, I haven't played Tekken in a while, like about 2 weeks I think. Yeah, it's not clean. I used to be able to just do this. No. That's not it. There we go. Wow, that was hard. Ooh. Ah, that's not as satisfying though. Oh, maybe I can use this? That works. Oh, that's cool. Oh my god, the damage. Ooh, 87? Yo, that's cool. That's another one I can do. I still don't like the one and done. Also, I just realized it's the game too loud. After about 3.5 hours, is the game too loud? Oh my god, it's another big ball. I'm gonna lose my oh my god, special style. Explosion. Help. Jesus fucking Christ, help! Hey. You in explosion. Nice, good one. I gotta shoot a gun. Ah, help! Okay, we take those. Bro, you are 100, almost 200k Tekken prowess, and then you're using special style? Nice bit. Explosion! Very interesting Victor using special style. Hey, yeah, I don't think I want to play again. Oh my god, okay. At this point, I'm not gonna expect people to like finish the full set anymore. You know, having expected. Okay, I got you baited, I guess. Maybe their game crashed. That one doesn't look like they left. Looks like their game crashed. Grade A launch. Oh, I have to really dash in for that. I have to really dash in for that. Oh. There we go. I don't know how I did it so many times just now. That's not real. That's kinda cool though. Wait, that did a lot more damage. Yeah, easy 80 plus damage. Oh my god. That's a good wall carry because it carries myself forward as well. The forward momentum. This one. Yeah, that's a lot of forward momentum. I forgot I have all sorts of cheat. No, wait, no. Why is it Alisa? Alright, some string is very duckable. Try to duck them and I count it as a win. I'm not gonna win this one, I know. That was duckable. Punishable. Of course you press there. That's duckable. I don't know why I ducked that. I don't know why I didn't duck that. Good punish, that was stupid. They are quite chill for Alyssa. Forget I said that. They're not pressing buttons. How are they gonna win with Alyssa? You're minus there. And minus. Wait, hi Nexus. Dark Raid, hi. Hi Nexus. Oh my god. Hi Muffin. How was Hylix too? I saw you were streaming for a little bit. Is it the Archipelago? Give me a second. Hopefully stream was good. Hello, hello. Finally. Actual bullying. This is what you get for not having fundies. Good step. Oh, they're stepping now. Oh god. Very passive, Alyssa. They're so scared. Yeah, good shit, good shit. They are very, very extremely new to the game. But they were stepping... They were stepping 2 hell sweeps. Mid. Oh, it's not punishable. What? Oh god. There we go, that's how you play Alyssa. You don't need skills, you just spam and win. Look at that. You bring out the chainsaw and then you can win with Alyssa. You don't need to play, you don't need to block. Ow. Spring trap. Thanks for the head and boop. Yeah, now I can do this. Was very fun. We did under the archipelago. Nice. Where is it? Here. I know how to do this, I think. Yeah, and good to know that it's fun. Also, welcome in Raiders. If you don't know this kobold, I'm Tiora. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits, and I do art every Monday. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. And thanks again for the raid. If you need to do any post-stream care and stuff, be sure to do that, right? Thank you. I'm just trying to get Devil Jin to hopefully Tenryu, but that's kind of far of a... That's kind of hard. I'm not gonna ask for much. I'm gonna try for Shinryu with Devil Jin. Devil Jin is too hard to play. Maybe I should cheese more. I have dash more? I'm getting a lot of matches today.
For the next battle.
Scented soup? Aren't all soup scented? It is, right? Can cheese me out? No way. Come on, running one? Nice. Combos? Frame traps. Why do you keep doing that? Do they really retaliate with that all the time? An interesting king. I don't know why they keep doing the first 6 hit of 10 hit combo. Maybe they know that I know how to low parry the 7th hit. Okay, very interesting. I mean, I'm a little bit confused fighting against this king. See? What? One electric prompts him to do this? Damn. Oh, what a call out. Good shit. Nice. They're bringing out all the things now. Oh, it's a counter hit. Nice. Huh. They were very salty about it. Well, if you want me to try hard, I guess I can try. Ooh, they like that move. Okay, we wait for that. I think that's minus 12. Uh-oh. Nice punish. Ooh, back 3. Ooh, 1+2. Nice. Never expected that. Oh my god, how's it not punish? I should be able to react to that. Ow. I didn't break that. Guaranteed. I press 1+2. Hi. Nice key charge, buddy. GG.
Get ready for the next
There's no
battle.
dragon to stim though, Jade. Hi again, Jade. Ooh, doesn't work. I mean, it's not bad. There has to be something better than this. Sure. I mean, 4 bar is not bad. Or not. Nice.
Get ready for the next battle.
Apong? Apong? Oh, we have another king, okay.
I don't care what you're doing right now, couple, but you better leave for me for the next 2 minutes.
Where yip? Where yip? Hi, Chashu. I know that's punishable, buddy. Going in! Yep. How you doing, Chashu? Nice. 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 I didn't break that. I'm dead. It's a little damage. Nice. That's punishable. Stop. EP, but otherwise fine? Good to know. I didn't doubt that. Oh. Woohoo!
I got so lucky. Oh, it's a counter hit. I'm dead. Nice. Low. Low. Give the punishment. Oh, I didn't break that. I think that's a 2 break. Nice. Oh, we take those. I was just ooga booga. I don't know what I'm doing. I was just ooga booga. Oh man, that was nasty. Yippee! Oh my god! Hi, Mert. Hello, Mert. How's the best combo doing? Nice. I didn't expect the round start down for a 2-1. Bro? Ooh.
Round 2. Fight.
Ow. Oh. Oh, homing grab. Nice, good challenge. Wait.
Round 3. Fight.
Help it. Oh, I think that's a 1+2 break. Oh, not a good idea. Oh my god. I don't know how's the best combo doing, you tell me? Huh? Aren't you the best combo? I didn't duck it. Nice. Shit. Nice. Oh my god, these challenges are really good. I think my demon paw is like -9 on block. So it's not even a challenge, it's me challenging them. So I have to do a new yam. For an archipelago a thing? A yam? I don't eat yam though. Oh, it's a generic throw. Yep, yep. Nice. I need to stop pressing buttons after that. Oh! Yay. That feels good. That feels good.
Get ready for the next battle.
Tekken is really tanking in the review score recently. Huh? What's going on? I mean, I thought the newest patch is gonna make the game better. Oh, I'm -8. I'm stupid. Here, let me check. The newest page seems to be on a good way. Oh, the most recent is mixed. Oh, you guys cannot look at what I'm doing. Oops. Here, I'm looking at this. Wonder what's going on. A Yammer is a file that generator uses to know what settings they want in the game, and every player needs to submit one. Oh. Wait, do you mean instead of yeah? Oh my god, Jade. I love how Jade is like the... It feels like Jade is the Dio in the chat. You know, sometimes all of a sudden Jade will be like, Kono Dio da, you know? You know the feeling? Here until I realized my deserve points for opponent rage quitting. Oh, yeah, it's a huge issue. I get that. So rage quitting and not getting punished for it is also one problem. But that always has been a problem since Tekken 7. Or even like all Tekken series. They don't punish rage quitters. If you want a game where you can attack without repercussions, then this is your game. Having good defense is nice to have, but when you have characters that pretty much always have the frame advantage, then you're at a loss. If you play this game in the higher ranks, you'll see a lot of people who have a really low defense stat compared to their attack. This game isn't what it used to be, where you could be rewarded for playing defensively. Compared to Tekken 7, graphic-wise, this is obviously a better game, but in terms of actual gameplay, Tekken 7 flies way past this. I get it too, right? I get it. You have characters like Alyssa and Victor. They toned down Dragunov now, so I don't know if they're gonna tone down Victor and Alyssa and Xiao Yu. I feel like, yeah, that's a problem with the game. If you go, it's like paying the taxes pretty much, right? You play ranked, you meet Alyssa. It's like, yeah, I'm paying taxes because they are very. They just go apeshit and then they win. They don't need to block. You only need to block against them, and there's no counterplay to those characters, so it's a bit of a problem. I get that. Any more not recommended? I'm kind of curious though. Is it really because of that? I think it could be also like they are. Not gonna lie, there is a few bad things going on with the game, especially the battle pass. To say it very nicely, it fucking sucks. Right? That is my huge problem. I have a bit of a problem with characters as well, especially Alyssa and Xiao Yu. And also the rage quit problem. The pluggers, the one and dones. Yeah, those kind of players are really destroying the ranked or like the online play of the game. So I guess I can kind of get why the reviews are mixed. Like, sure, the game is good, but it's the player base that makes the game unbearable sometimes. Counterplay, play Kuma. Yeah, you play Kuma and then they press buttons, you're just gonna die because because Kuma cannot sidestep. Kuma is big bodied. I heard one of the biggest problems are the guys who disconnect. Yep, the pluggers, essentially. The pluggers suck. They don't have any repercussions. They don't have any penalty. They don't have any penalty for disconnecting mid-game. The rage quit, right? They don't lose points. We don't gain points. They are not getting punished by it. It's a huge problem. But there is, like, the report system where we need to report players. Be it like inappropriate outfit, pluggers, you know, disconnects and stuff like that. There is that. But why would I want to go out my way to vote or like to like report this player? I just want to play the game. So it's like it's so weird. It's such a weird way to tackle this when all you have to do, like Killer Instinct, is to give us the win, give them the loss. That's it. And sometimes I know game crash as well, so you know, if your game crash and then you lose the point, it's not that bad. I feel like it feels like shit, definitely, but I feel like that could be a good way to tackle this rage quitter problem, because I think the rage quitter, between the rage quitters and actual crash of the game, I think rage quitter is like 80% then the actual crash. So one of the biggest things is the director of Bandai Namco just released an Excel file with the names of active pluggers that are fixing the problem. Yeah, it's weird. Nice mid. Oh my god, you just do it. Samsara. Oh my god, my legs are broken. TNT. Nice slow. Woo! What a dunk! They were ready. Nice mid. They're waiting for me to tech roll. Active pluggers instead of fixing the problem. I need to stop pressing buttons around start there doing that. Nice slow. Can't believe I didn't break that. Oh my god, I got robbed. Why we did the second hit with? Mono combat is a fun way to do it. If the opponent disconnects, the character explodes and you get a quitality win. Oh! Cool. Oh jeez. I need to stop ducking against this player. Oh! Did that just mid-crush my demon paw? Oh. There's no need to duck against this player. They are not doing lows at all. Oh my god. Oh, Samsara! Yeah, that's the... Samsara is too good. The disconnection rate doesn't mean much though. Boop, Nexus, boop. Time to steal the merp. Boop, boop the merp. Come on, I pressed it. I tried. Oh my god, I tried to step it. I tried to do something cool and I died for it. Good shit. Nice chin.
Get ready for the next battle.
I mean, if you're gonna steal merp, steal me as well. You know, like, people say, what's better than one kobold? Two kobolds. Am I right or am I right? How do you do that? How do you do the Heaven's Gate? Rolls away. Oh my god, Murphy's such a good roller. Me getting looted again. You're so right, come here. See, I know, right? I know you agree. Dodge. Whoa. Oh my god, Murphy's so good though. Not getting stolen today. It's okay, Chashu is fine. Chashu is fine today. You're gonna be fed 4 times a day and given Chinese rose bag. Oh my god, that's the best thing ever. See? Why are you gonna feed us though? I want
Get ready for the next battle.
Cheeseburger? Oh my god, it's bagel juice? I want a drink. Oh, I have to hold out for that.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, what a call out. I ducked there. That was a crouching throw.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, should have picked that. That's gonna hurt. Oh, damage, nice. I didn't steal Char, I would just pick him up and carry away something? I don't think they want to play. Oh my god, thank you.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh god, I got hit. Oh, alley kick?
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Frame traps. Frame traps again. Big jabs. Damn, they have really strong timing. I cannot get them. This is what Bushin, this is what bussin is, huh? Nice, they were ready. Yep, this is them. Ooh, so good. I am getting cooked. This is what Busin is like. Nice. He's good, he's so fucking good.
Get ready for the next battle.
Looks so much better now. Oh my god, the wiggle? What happened? Carry away to the nearest secluded place. Oh. Why does this remind me of the name where a dragon is holding a cobra and says the bottoms at conventions are free, you can't just take them? Huh? Updated the emote. I still think it's good. I don't know how to give comment, but other than that, it's really good. I mean, it's hand animated, that's for sure. My god. And then the orange behind the ear make it stand out more. Orange behind the ear. Oh, I see what you mean.
Battle.
In dark mode, it does pop up more, yeah. Now outsleep, okay. Sonoutsu.
One. Fight.
Ooh, nice. Oh my god, misinput. Nice. Oh, that was fast. I just hope they don't hate it. I personally love it. I don't think they're gonna hate it. Ooh, wow, range. That was sweet. Ooh. Yeah, they were way too obvious. Good block, good block, good block. Nice. Oh, nice. Oh, good call. I should not do that. Tell that to my brain gremlins. Yeah, I've been suffering from brain gremlins a lot as well. Let me add them. I will fight them to the death. Fight the brain gremlins. Ooh. I didn't break that. Oh my god, what a step. I cannot believe I actually stepped that. Ooh, what an electric! Nice. I press one. Nice mid. Ow! Oh my god, it's a fucking launch. Counter launch. Oh my god, Devil Jin, your 442 sucks. Oh, it's a 1+2 break. I press 2. Oh my god. Jesus. Jin's offense is so streamlined.
Get ready for
I was talking about the
next
brain
battle.
gremlins. You can fight my brain gremlins deal. I'm worried there might be nothing left after brain gremlins are out though. Maybe brain gremlins are out, then it would just be a normal brain? Question mark? If Jake can provide such services. Elephant is listening to someone named Now Sleep. That's fucking, they're not sleeping, they're so fucking good. They're so good though, they're not sleeping. They should have just slept. They should have just slept. Okay, we learned about Lily. That mid from back turn is punishable. Minus 12, in fact, I can back one too. Shirt. Oh wow. Devil Jin's 442 sucks ass. Magnifique. Oh, it's a low start. Ah. I'm plus. Your Devil Jin, your 442 actually sucks ass. I never realized that. I'm minus 8. Magnifique. No, had a feeling. Didn't spin it to a low. Magnifique. Nice. They know when I'm ducking. Ducking. No! Okay, we still got it, Oh. Stop, I can't react to that. Kind of. No. Oh. Third hit? You actually went for it? Damn. What can I say? Good shit. Okay. Okay, we got dragon rank back. Oh my god. Nice, we got dragon rank back. Okay, they don't like the match, I guess.
Get ready for the next battle.
I mean, to be fair, I'm doing the same thing over and over again. But they just getting hit, so why would I want to change my game plan? I keep doing this and this only? Alright. Oh my god, Salo! Eat Kobo. I just keep doing the same thing over and over again. Hi, Salo! More kobolds! Oh my god, we have more kobolds here. I mean, EP? Go EP, Salo. EP good. Although, hopefully your stream was good. You were playing God Eater, right? Yeah. I saw for a little bit, it's like, ooh, it's like Monster Hunter but anime. Yeah, go take care of yourself, Salo. They're a goober? Salo is a goober. I'm not too sure still what a goober is. The brain rot was hitting me hard after chat made me work out a ridiculous amount toward the 90 jumping jacks. Oh no. Oh no. I feel like that would hurt myself. I feel like that's very painful. But also welcome in, Raiders. Hopefully you are doing heckin' good. Also, my name is Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons 2-bit, of course, because I'm a kobold, and I do art every Monday. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm practicing Devil Jin today. For a few days actually. Oh, it was Pixel Dust. Sorry, I don't know how to read your name. But yeah, welcome. Wildcat Kelly. Thank you. Mew, we have a cat. Thank you. Hope you're doing good. That's how much I broke you. Reads like Pixel. Oh, okay. That helps.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh my god, it's the Hong Baguette. Hong Baguette explosion. Help. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect to block that. Ooh, low heat smash. It's so lovely. My backdash was not clean. Oh my god, you fucking 10-hit string, okay? It's a high, I think. Oh my god, a baguette. A baguette is too strong. That was a prank trap. Oh la la. Gorlo. Jesus fucking Christ. A baguette can do everything. It do be baguette. Nice. Dark. Cherry! Bone apple teeth! Oh my god, they delayed it for me. First of all, fuck you, 7 all good shit. That's very punishable. Oh, it's a counter hit launch. Oh no, because I cannot sidestep right! Isn't it minus 20 or something? Low? Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ, baguette man. A baguette man is a huge problem. I just got washed. I just got washed 3 rounds. I didn't learn shit. That was rough. Maybe there's something else I can do after this. Because sometimes I hit this counter hit. That's all I can think of. No? Samsara? No? I mean, I guess that works. But I don't think that's gonna do a lot of damage though. Oh my god, it's already the the first hit is already 32. I guess this is fine now that I think about it. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, right? Oh. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Oh! Frame perfect? Oh my god, I have to be so fast. Maybe another baguette man?
Get ready for the next battle.
A Dragonopu.
Round one. Fight.
It happened again. What? Not that punishable. I ducked for no reason. There's no need to duck Dragunov as much now. The hatchet is not as scary because there's no range. Oh yeah, I forgot I have Ken. Look at that! it works for whatever reason. I'm playing so basic with Devil Jin. I really don't know what else I can do. Other than this. Nice. I was sidestepping. Let's break the wall. Too far. Don't do that. Wow. That's a really good use of hatchet right there. Nice. Overextended. Nice mid. A combo? Oh. Combo? Strings. You love to see it. Strings.
Round one. Fight.
They were ducking now. After so many times. Duck.
Round two. Fight.
Nice.
Ooh.
That was a big whip from me. Oh, nice. They're using a lot of down forward twos. Maybe I should just block as much as possible. Yodi. Uh-oh. Had a feeling. Plus. I'm +8. Maybe I should use that more.
Ready for the next battle.
The +8. Output 1 into stance. Because that +8 is really, really good. This one. It deals cheap as well. That's good chip damage. +7 on block, +8 on block. I'm gonna assume this one is very sidesteppable. But maybe I can use more of these. Maybe just do it raw as well. Into back 4. I think it's a good option. Right? %, okay. Whenever I'm fighting against with disconnection rate, it's just kind of scary. It's a little bit scary.
Get ready for the next battle.
Leroy? Oh, Dragunov main. Oh, this is a tier whore. They used to play Dragunov and now Leroy is top tier, they play Leroy.
Fight.
Plus. Really. Perfect. Didn't I get hit? Okay. You would just go for it. Oh, this can't hit. Good call. Sure expected that, honestly. Dragon. Break. And then we have a cool ass dragon. Stop that shit. Oh, that's plus, okay. Plus. Check. Sorry, not the second time. Not second time, buddy. Oh, nice wave punish. That was actually good. I don't know why I ducked there. too far. Oh, they tried. They didn't believe. No, no punish. Oh shit, they can't hit.
Final round. Fight.
Have no choice.
Should be able to break that, honestly. Oh, it's plus. They're just using 2 moves. And it's already good enough because it's Leroy. They're using 3 moves only and it's already good enough. I guess I'm playing very boring, so I keep getting key charge. They're not gonna play. Yeah, they're not gonna play.
Get ready for
I
the
guess I
next
play very
battle.
boring, so that's why I keep getting key charge, but I don't get why the toxicity, though. Like, Devojin is universally agreed on that he's the hardest character to play. But maybe because casuals don't care, they just care about, oh, this character is strong, I will shit on everyone when I win. I ain't gonna go on a tangent again. Like, I'm also learning the game. You're playing the strong character. You're using 3 moves only. And then you key charge because I suck. I get it. Right? But why be like that? I guess it makes them feel more superior. So they're happy about it? I guess. You know, people like to feel the superiority. Nice down throw too. Nice, that was stupid. That's that. Ooh, nice. They were waiting for me to do things. Ooh, high crush, good call. Eat 8 PM already? Wow. Punish it! Nice. Ooh, another double too. Jip jip. Play it slow, play it slow. And don't let that key charge ruin my mood, it's fine. It's already 8 p.m. and I only stolen single combo. I'm severely under my quota. 2 combos, yeah, you so stole the streamer. Right here. Oh, ooh, just Kai? Alright, 2. I'm still under quarter. Nice, that was a huge whip from me. Cannot whip against this person. This person thrives from whip punishing. Nice. Nice. Oh my god, nice. The timing. What a combo. Punished it. Oh, nice, just Kai. That was beautiful. Oh, it's a flowchart. Okay. So after that weird kick. Punish it down the, at least spec 1 to it. It's minus 18. Why am I not punishing it? Whoa, what are we doing? Punish it, thank you. Oh my god, it's minus 18 and I use 112 to punish. I'm gonna cry. See you for now. Okay.
Get ready for the next battle.
Have good day, Wildflower. %? Oh no. Get the die, stretch the bone. Oh, I'll get that die later. I can stretch and moist.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh. Impero TB.
Okay, yep. Okay, get that dye and then moisturize. Who are you? You're not Jin. Yep. Moisturize. You're right. Hopeful. Jesus. Duck? Not preempted duck, I would say. Ixo, Turi! Not that punishable. Moist stretch? Yep. You heard right. You heard moist yep. Nice. Oh. I deserve that. Oh, I got yip, yip. It's punishable. Don't do that. A moist yip sounds even worse? What do you mean? A moist yip sounds even worse? Oh, nice. I should have just blocked that. It's punishable. Nice block. Don't do that. They're not gonna play. I feel like I was playing so... Oh my god, I was so nasty though. I was playing so disgusting. We need some stern punishment, young lady. Why? It's just a moist yip. What do you mean? Nah, we react on it.
Nice. Nice. Ooh. Nice armor. Good shit. That was beautiful. Moist yip doesn't sound that... See? Chashu gets it. Nice 1+2. I'm getting the slipper. Wow, they just yip more moist yip. I'm not that bad. They just moist yip. Why am I getting punished? Should have got that. Do that again. Yeah, this one. Nice, down 2. They're going crazy now. Ow. Nice. Oh, I thought it's a 4-4-2. I tried to punish it. Good shit.
Final round. Fight.
Ooh. Yeah, that was very obvious. That's how I play now. They're learning. No more hell sweep. Never again. Are they just never blocking low with my down back too? Woohoo. Yeah, good call. At my limits, I can't stand go and balance in PE. Oh, I mean, yeah, same. You see, I will mention stuffing under a sheet of flake Tekken vacuuming for punishment. Hey, I want. Hey. Hey, I want. You know, I'm not even gonna deny. Good block. Oh my god, really? We're both just clowning now. No. Oh, what a conversion. Oh my god, I got schmixed. Oh, come on. They're throwing at 126 MS? Oh my god, my demon pose sucks! Oh no. Hey, we take those, bitch. Nah, I'm not taking them. Nah, I'm not taking them. Nah. Oh bro, no! I deserve this, I deserve this. Yeah! Oh, hi, Pinky! Oh yeah, I'll read that afterwards. Oh, I got schmixed. But your connection is becoming like shit. Why is this happening? Fix your goddamn connection, buddy. Fix your connection. Come on. All right, double Luigi. No. Help! Nice. Ooh, what a duck. Oh, you know what? Good mid. That was fucking beautiful. That last mouse, I think, 2 hits so weirdly. I don't know how to explain it. Fuck, that was so funny. Hi, Niche. Oh, hi again, Lex. See, that's why I'm getting a slipper. Huh? What did you say? Mention she stuffing on the vacuum punishment can't be something you enjoy. Oh, wait, no, Jade, I don't enjoy it. See, I don't enjoy it. You don't need the slipper, Jade. It's so bad saying this. I enjoy slipper. Fuck, I'm so unstable right now. I'm sorry. Maybe rolling? Yeah. Round bowl. Lurking, but just wanted to throw in that those things, if you mean the ones that are person in reach of the vacuum, have a great amount of danger to them and need very thorough safety measures, such as earplugs to not cause swift damage. Oh yeah, like safety is definitely number 1 in my book. Safety, consent, stuff like that. Yeah. I hope you have good luck, Pinky. And I hope you're doing good. No, assuming you didn't know, of course. Just generally thought it's important to accommodate with the info. I get that. Usually safety measures are followed by the person under the sheet is supplied with proper oxygen. I'm being pet. We're gonna go do lunchy nom noms. Okay. Have good lunch, merp. Also, hope you're doing good, Niche. I have trucken. More trucken. Info done. Lurk properly resuming. This time I properly awaken. Yay! Hi again. I enjoy slip. I will brush over the fact that I said that. I'm gonna deny that I said. No. Couldn't remember that writing anything in chat breaks the lyrics, so you need to rerun the lurk. Oh, you're not lurking anymore. Usually they tech roll. Oh yeah, I just realized this is a really good move when I got hit by a minus move. When they're gonna pressure me, just do this. But I think it's mega minus, right? Minus 18! Minus 18! No! No, go bad. Don't need the microdash. Japan 4%, okay. Only if you tuck me in. Oh, I think that's cute though. Like a huge bird.
Get ready for the next battle.
Tucking in a spooter. Otaku gamer. J8. Jake 8. Jake 8.
Round 1. Fight.
That was nasty.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Ah, it's a high. Oh, that hit. Actually used it. Nice. You're a spider, you can tuck yourself in. That's gonna kill. Oh no! it's a flow chart. Guarantee. Oh! You actually finished the string. Oh, why am I getting key charge every damn time? What is this? Why does everyone hate me? Am I really playing that bad? Nice down foot too. Nice. Isn't there a launcher? Oh. Fair enough. Nice mid. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Nice. I should be able to duck that, right? Nice mid. Maybe I'm playing boring as fuck, but why am I getting key charge all the time? Nice. I don't get it. Like, am I really that shitty of a player? I guess. Well, I guess I kind of a shit player then. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, there's nothing else I can do with that version. Yeah, I deserve that. I mean, might as well be more shit then. Oh no, the range on that. Guarantee. I should be able to duck that now. Another one? Guarantee. I deserved it. Why didn't you kill me? Ow, my head, holy shit. Nice punish. Nice, that's that. Nuh-uh, not ship player illegal? Maybe, I don't know. Like, I'm getting key charged like 5 times today. Maybe there's something to do with how I play. I don't know. I just feel I don't get why. Like, maybe I need a thick skin, but I really don't. I'm sorry. Oh, 3 streams straight? Nice. Thank you, Niche. I think this Jack is cocky as fuck. You completely wrong with the first hit and now you're letting up so he gets cocky and struck his ego with a key charge. I mean, probably. That's Tekken community for you, toxic as fuck? Yeah, but... should I just be toxic as well? Like... I am genuinely enjoying this game, but... it's like... It's Killer Instinct all over again. It's not that I'm trying to prove a point by playing... like, I'm playing this character Like the hardest, the hardest, arguably the hardest to play characters. Not to like stroke my own ego. It's like, oh, I'm so good, I can play this game. No, I just enjoy the difficulty. It's already hard enough for me to get a win, so I'm probably gonna take L's all the time. But when I take L and take salt at the same time, it's a little bit hard to like accept all of those. You know, it's a little bit hard when I'm getting all of those at the same time. You know, just getting rolled and then getting disrespected. It's like, sure, I guess. I guess that's the reality of this game. You're just gonna have a thick skin. Sadly, I don't have it. Like, I really don't. Like, for real, I don't have a thick skin. Like, I really don't. Be time to take a little break then. We have so much food crimes to watch. I think Jade is right. A short break may be a good idea. Yeah. before I start going on a tangent again. I'll just do one more then. Like, last one for sure. For real. No matter what happens, I lose, I win. Last one. Did they just do more damage? Just a reset of the brain. Yeah. I'll wait for a little bit longer. If there's no one playing, then let's watch some food crimes together. Why not? Yeah, I can watch some food crimes together. You should film some of your old food crime. I don't make food, no. Are you Leon? Hello? Another hopkick? You think that 1 over neutral 2 is gonna condition me to duck? No. Oh. I gotta break that. Nice. Nice. Oh, that doesn't break the floor? Oh my god.
Round 3. Fight.
Atlas time, I didn't even punish that. Oh. Oh. Range? Oh, you actually did it 3 times in a row, you know what? Actually fearless. It's a bit random, but I think really dumb how the book of mystery dungeon games you, the player, can be turned into a consumable like an apple followed by falling into a magma tile, still come up fine somehow. Is that real? Okay. Okay, alright. Oh, I didn't break that. I did that there. Break 1, 2. I should be able to break throws, come on. Nice. I should duck once. Oh, should've ducked. Nice confirm. Challenge. Challenge again? How minus am I after that move? Nice. One alley kick. Yeah, I guess I wasn't in the right headspace anymore that I cannot break throws. Maybe a break is a good idea before I actually go insane. Yeah. Like, pour in milk soup with feel? Why? It was only a crime if I ever heard. I want 4 now? 4? Fur sounds good. Never had that game, funnily enough. But my best friend does, and I think I know what you are getting at. But I've always seen the fake items as unnecessary and annoying bloat. EOTS? I don't know what that is. No, I want to check some of my replays before this one. Not against the Jack. Oh yeah, this one. I want to see what I can do with this.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay, the mystery dungeon, Explorers of the Sky. Oh, PMDEOTS. That's a long short form.
Round 1. Fight.
Back 2-3? What is back 2-3? Train. Oh! Oh, it's 14 frames. Okay. I wanna. Where is it that got a counter hit? Yeah, this one. I think it's after this one. Oh, okay. Oh, maybe I have to sidestep into it. Yeah. That's not real, but that's something, right? Okay. We've done a lot more damage and time waste now. Yeah, this one is just me being stupid. They caught my tech roll. Dandy? How minus is that? Oh, it's safe. But it's highly wave punishable. Is there a way to avoid that? Oh, okay, so it is dodgeable. Yeah, okay. I mean, only if they go for that combo round, right? For extra damage. Look at the extra damage. Unscaled. This one is just that I cannot step right. Cannot step right against Victor is just pain. Explosion, it's minus 20. I didn't even... I'm forced crouch after getting hit by explosion? I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't even know, goddamn. Explosion. Very hard. Yeah, I have a little time for it.
Sorry, I just needed to see my girl again.
Yeah, I get it. It's very important. I love to see my girl again. And welcome back, Merp. Thank you, Breen. Yes, Thanos is very important. I should put Lavender here as well. Hey, look, Lavender is also very, you know. Yeah, I need to change some of the bit redeems, especially 100. I'm gonna change it, and also the usual amount, or like the not specific amount of gems. Yeah, can spend some time and try to change it for a little bit. But thanks again, Breen. this sequence right here. Oh! Wait. It's minus 19? If they don't finish it. But this is like a huge call out though. It's not as reliable. Right? One more time. Yeah, it's a huge call out, this one. I was getting hit by the second one. There you go. Towards the end, I want to check something.
Round one. Fight. Round three. Fight.
It is ups. God damn it! No. I want to check out something. That sequence right there. I want to check it. Come on, quick. I want to check the sequence. You don't just KO there, come on. Switch rounds 3. Skip a little bit. It is after this one here. Okay, from here. Wait, no, actually return. So this here, it's all from here, it snowballs, right? I'm just not holding back anymore. It's grounded. Plus. I want to see something. After this one? Ah! Usually when they're at flush frames, I think it's very important to just like sidestep a little bit, right? Right? It's a lot easier when I know when it's coming, but still, it's a good knowledge to have, I would say. Right? I saw a Monster Hunter Wild tweet pop up with some more sacred and man, I am excited for that critter. It's cute and has good animation. It's also the game looks good too, I guess. It's all for sacred. We need sacred. We need that feathered raptor. Yeah, I guess I'm playing 2D games still. Yeah, I guess I'm still playing 2D game. Like, when I notice that I'm minus frames, I guess I have to try to sidestep as much as I can. Then again, there's throws, so I have to be careful. And because throws are homing in this game, so it's a little bit annoying. Oh, nah, outsleep. This one I can. I got washed. Some duckable strings I didn't even duck against this king, if I remember correctly. Especially down for 2-1. Down for 2-1, for 2-1. Those very classic strings, I don't even duck them. So I guess I still need to practice more, you know, on some duckable strings. Yeah, Bobo Flush, this one is interesting because the Alyssa is so tame. Oh yeah, the first Alyssa. Where is it? Yeah, this one.
Get ready for the next battle.
This one is just Alyssa going badonkers.
Round one. Fight.
I called them out for that. It's punishable? Oh, it's a mid-mid. Okay, so this kind of kick is punishable? Let me train for a little bit. Okay. -2. -11. Okay. That kick is punishable. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, once they have chainsaw, it's just going insane now. It's a mid. Oh, it's 13. Just hold back and punish. Yeah, okay. I just didn't block. Safe launcher.
Round two. Fight.
Neutral block. I tried to duck that one, but it's too active. It's just chainsaws. Okay, I want to try out this sequence. No? Oh. Okay. Only left. I have to sidewalk left. Because this one would be safe too, right? Okay. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, that was too advanced. I would say just do back 1-2, right? For a knockdown. Okay. This one is just not blocking, but I blocked this one. It's there in heat, so it's safe. Yeah, this one is... It's duckable. It's so fast though. This one is duckable as well. Does that jail? I gotta you do it twice, right? It jails. Yeah, if I get hit by the low, it's not duckable, so it jails. No wonder it's a good low high string. It's not a natural combo, but it gives so much plus frames. And then the hell sweep. Yeah, for whatever reason, Alisan needs a hell sweep. But I would say today the session is not bad, right? I mean, I got my Devojin to Garyu. Almost demoted to Eliminator again, but eventually got back to Garyu again. I think the session is not bad. It's actually pretty good, I would say. Because she's a robot, she just needs all the good tools that she needs, that she has, and that everyone has. Alisa is a fucking joke in this game. Anyway. I'll do a short food crime. Let me change the title. Yeah, that's the title. I'll put it to just chatting for a little bit. The stream info updated. Why do they look so... it looks like there's no brain inside. I love them. Oh, you hold this like you will hold a kobold, it feels like. we love rat pictures. Okay. Hopefully Dancing Bacon has some new videos. They have no brain. It's fair enough. Bring supply your daily rat pig. I know, right? It's so nice. Unique Japanese snacks vending machine. Oh hey, look, 4 weeks ago in Thailand, Ram Kam Hang night market. Japanese style popular street food collection. Oh, it's a collection by someone else. Let's watch this one. We're gonna get food crime or food yay? I don't know. I'm excited. My chair is so loud. Is that a car? That looks good though. It's like a carnival. We don't need captions. Watermelon? Okay. I mean, watermelon. You start with fruit? I mean, that makes sense. Ooh. Oh, that's skill right there. Oh, it's not cutting in too much to the meat. This is nice. Oh, okay, that one is a little bit... That's a sharp knife. The way you're handling it's a little bit scary though. But then again, they know what they're doing, so what am I saying? Food! Oh, you got watermelon just like this? I kinda like it. I kinda want it. How much? Did you know that I love watermelon? Kobo, next time I order food, I show a picture for you to rating. Oh. That's kinda cool. Nice. Baby watermelon half. Oh, that's a nice color though. I don't understand what they're saying though. I like watermelon. Kanom ko, boiled glutinous rice balls. Oh my god! It's the winter solstice food. What do you put inside? What I'm alone. What is that? I usually love to put nothing inside glutinous rice balls. Just nothing inside. I like it. But when there's something inside, I feel it's too sweet. Oh. Oh, this is a big yay for me. Like, you have no idea how much I love glutinous rice balls. It's shredded coconut. God, this is so good though. Yeah, this is a yay from me. This is a huge yay from me. Yeah, shredded coconut. Oh, it's lava brown sugar. I could fuck with that for less than $1. This is really good. Tang tip. Anyways, we can do that on stream. Okay. Have fun with stream, Mark. Thanks for stopping by, hacking pest kobold. Brain's supposed to eat. I can do. Oh my god. The revelation, huh? I can do both. It's small bite size. I like it. Ingredients on the table. Oh. We chose whipped cream. Ooh. Talented sneak. Shredded coconut and corn. Corn? I don't know about corn. But okay. I mean, I personally don't like corn. I just like to eat corn on its own. I mean, just how I feel. Talented sneak. But yeah, that pancake looks pretty good. Probably a bit sweet, could be good. I'm willing to give it a try. That's a yay from me. There's no food crime. I'm so happy. These are all good. They clean up the thing as well. Ooh. My baby. No, Jay, don't look. No food crime yet. Yeah. Hopefully there's no food crime. Cleaning and street food, you know, these are serious. Yeah. Like this one they are being very serious. Look how clean that thing is. You don't see this in street food stalls. You really don't. I don't think I've eaten quail eggs before. Jay is a teeny tiny quail. I've been lied to. Why is it different color? I kind of want them. Or you can choose your own. Oh. Yeah, I never eat quail eggs before as well. A lot of sea countries take pride in their street food. Yeah, but also some crimes as well. But usually Southeast Asia... The Southeast Asia street food is pretty good, I would say. Tiawan crab? What's a crab? I can fit 5 of you in my beak. I never had pickled eggs either. So cheap. I mean, it's Thai baht. Thai baht is pretty small. Salmon? Fucking salmon? This is a food yay for me already. I don't care. I want salmon. I want to eat sashimi. Can I have that? Can Kobold have some of that? Nice knife skill. Can I have this? No, why are you throwing that away? I mean, I know why, but still. I want it. Oh my god, I want it. Oh, please, I want it. Oh my god. Yeah, why? I don't think they're gonna throw away the summon skin. They're probably gonna fry it or something. Oh, it's so good. Aged salmon on toast with a lot of butter. It's skin, not flesh, but skin is also tasty. That skin is so good, crispy. Yeah, salmon skin is usually really good for frying. Didn't I see it went straight to the plastic bag? Really? Oh wait, you might be right. No, the salmon skin! This is a food crime, god damn it. That's another way of eating salmon. I personally don't like sesame seeds. Okay, it probably looks good, but... Oh. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! I want it. Oh, I want it. Oh, how much I want it. Pickled soy sauce salmon. Marinated in soy sauce, chili, and garlic. Serve savory and spicy seafood sauce. Ooh, very special. Another delicious. God damn, I want it though. I need to get salmon sometime soon. Same. I haven't eaten salmon in a long time. It's so expensive. What is this? She looks so. She always looks so excited. I know, right? Her reactions are cute. Not gonna lie. Is this ice cream? Is that sweetened milk? That's diabetes. Oh, slushy? I never had slushy before. Ice cold strawberry slushy topped with condensed milk. Huh. I mean, it's definitely gonna... Yeah, I think it's gonna be super sweet. Buttercorn. Carol, I'll be on the same. I'll be the same way. Food in mouth, happy. I know, right? Just a food in mouth, I'll be happy. Very happy. I have a recipe for salmon concertina with pickled ginger, broccolini, and rice noodles. It's very tasty. I mean, and salmon sounds tasty. Broccoli? I love broccoli. Yo, sharing utensils? Why is Milo corn a thing? Is that really a thing? Keep my Milo away from corn. Okay, the amount of this is just depressing. Can you use a bigger cup? It's so depressing. Oh my god. Why are you like this? Keep my... She's tiny tree, considering it's better with chocolate. That's... She is so excited that her nose is getting out of control. I'm sorry, but I was surprised. Crispy roti? Why you have respect, you fuck. You don't just destroy our hopes and dreams like this. Cut it oh no, cut it properly. That's some other people's hopes and dreams. Why are you crushing it like that? That made me feel depressed. Fuck. I guess it's not a big issue, but still. Oh man. Those corn kernels are super big and tasty looking. Here, are you the first person I've seen that said they like broccoli? Is broccoli that bad? I mean, I personally love it a lot. Like broccoli and cauliflower. Buttery and sweetened condensed milk, but the strawberry sauce is sweet and tangy. Oh my god, it's diabetes. Don't use strawberry sauce. Tokyo pancake. Tokyo pancake. It's so small, but very yellow though. Is that normal? Tokyo pancake in Thailand. You heard it here. You heard it right. Tokyo pancake in Thailand. Apaini. Is that bean paste? Yeah, I think that's bean paste. Red bean paste. I don't know why, but why do I like? I saw you put in the red bean paste. Why do you feel so depressed? There's something about her putting in the putting in the red bean paste is so depressing. I mean, I'm sure she's not thinking that. Ooh, nice. Taikyo pancake. Yeah, I see red bean paste. There's also coconut. Red bean paste is sweet. Ooh, that doesn't look bad. Sweet, soft, sweet, and beany. A deep fried salted beef. Reminds me of American trying Vegemite for the first time. Is it that bad? Hi, Evie. If it's any consolation, I don't like tomato, watermelon, and or pineapple. Ooh, I like all of them. Yeah, boop Evie. Vegemite is terrible though. I never had Vegemite before. I should consider myself lucky. Also, that food is cheap as fuck. Yeah, I mean, street food is usually cheap. And also Thai, it also helps that Thai butt is also very small. Deep fried seasoned beef with wooden sticks is still attached for easy grabbing. Yo. We have another Thai street food. This one is 30 minutes. Chilva Night Market. Hey, wait, nanti dulu. I wanna watch this. Stop by. I don't like tomatoes, but the red is good. That's fair. I still have a jar sitting in my pantry for 3 years now. How do I get rid of it? Throw that out, but it's pricey. I paid 55 AUD. What the fuck? What kind of Vegemite is Vegemite? Holy shit. Oh, because you're not. Oh, but still, 55. Had to get it imported. That's scary pricing. Anyway, I'll be right back. Give me a few seconds. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. If you're Aussie stuff, ask me. I'll send to you way cheaper. Ooh. Can I send the Vegemite back? There's definitely way too much. I mean, sounds like it. I never had Vegemite before, but yeah. For a jar of might. Hey, might. I'll stop. The veggie might not be an option. Hokkien fried noodle? Oh no. Wait, is this the one that I saw before?
Yark!
Wait, this might be the one that I saw before. Oh yeah, I recognize this. We've seen this before. We've seen this before. I recognize this uncle. It's a bad Hokkien me. Go Oh my god. Hi Koketa. Third Kobo to steal. Uh-oh. Let me go back. I think there was like one. This one. 4 months ago. I'm pretty sure I haven't watched this before. Hope you're doing good, Koketa. I have a quarter to collect Kobos. Chill night market. Oh my god, it's open there. Soda slushy. I still don't know what slushy is. 120，哇，你会讲华语啊？哇，120 ，they know how to speak Chinese oh. What do you even collect these for? Jake just won kobolds. The slushy is basically crushed ice mixed with syrup. Oh. They can just lower the quota easy. Yeah. Is that mango? Oh my god, look at... Is that real mango? That's not real mango, isn't it? That does not look real. How is this real mango? It has to be fake. It has to be plastic. It's reflecting light. I don't think that makes sense. It's a fake mango. That's real. No way, it's too clean. Why are you... What's the point? Why do you do that for? If you're gonna just do this, just pour it in. The eggs are not even there. What is the... This is a fucking crime. And the... What's the point of... That's not... You're not... The eggs are not there anymore. Oh my god, my triple phobia is... Oh my god. No, wait, no, I can look at it. I can look... Oh, why is that so... Ew. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm sure it tastes good, but my triple phobia is triggering. Ooh. Food crime detected. This is a crime. Why do you do that with egg? And what's the point? I'm very confused by this one. Same. I mean, let's look at the end product then. Is this condensed milk? Looks like condensed milk. Okay. Uh-huh. Is that even gonna be fulfilling? What is this though? Is this pastry or is this crispy? Fresh warm piece of sample. It sounds crispy. Mango crispy butter. Oh, that was just mango. What's with the egg wash? It's not just me. Why? I'm sure that's egg. What's the point? That's butter? Does butter turn white like this? That's egg wash. I think that's just butter. Do butter... Don't they just melt? They don't turn white like this and dry it up. Yeah, that's egg. What's the point? Alright, we good? Oh, 10 stream streak? Wow. Thank you, Coqueta. Between this message and the Discord picture on your channel page, which of the two link is correct? Oh, there are two. Both of them are correct, I think. Both of them works. I don't know why I just have two different links. Maybe I messed up when I first made the Discord channel? Question mark. But they both should lead to the same channel. Oh, Dragon. This is a food yay immediately. I don't care what I should not be saying this. What if it's actually a food crime? My invite.
Hello and welcome.
William Foxwolf. Hey, thank you. Welcome in. So the egg wash could be enhancing the crispiness, that's my guess. Probably. They should have put in more. Oh, what is that? Is that boiling water? Or is it dry ice? Is my question. That amount of... I think that's dry ice. Oh, liquid nitrogen. Is it safe to consume? Tasty stuff? Okay. Kampung Kam? Dragon breath. These are corn puffs with liquid nitrogen poured over it. It looks as though you're breathing smoke like a dragon when you eat this. It's a food yay for me. Can I have this? Can I have that? Enoki mushroom? In Malaysia, you know what we call enoki mushroom? We usually call them see you tomorrow because our body is really hard to digest them. So usually it's like, hey, do you want some see you tomorrow? when we go to like hot pot stores or like hot pot places, usually they put enoki mushrooms over there, and then my friend would just be like, hey, see you tomorrow. Like, oh, okay, sure, why not? We can have some see you tomorrow. But it's good stuff though. I love enoki mushroom. It's just that it's hard to digest, sadly. See you tomorrow. Why are you stirring with... Are you gonna fry it? Oh, they did say fry mushroom, right? Brother, chill, brother. I mean, I guess he's doing this because he doesn't want them to stick together. Okay. Ooh. They are sticking together. I want it. Oh my god, I want it. Can I have this? I want this. I want fried enoki mushroom. I want this though. Makes the grossest looking food here. This is gross. Me, but it has a dragon in the name. Yeah, it has dragon. I like it. The dragon bread. Is the corn puff bad? I'm not too sure. I kind of like the corn puff. Ice cream rolls. Oh, hi again, Wildflower. Nutella, Kit Kat, oh, jelly. Wow. Mocha powder. So it's not mocha, it's matcha. Matcha powder. Jelly? Huh? I am dumbfounded, but I think this is good. You also need cute dark art along with a name to get the free food, yay! Yeah. Honestly, just have dragons in your name. And then also have something to do with dragon. You cannot just put dragon name in it and just be like, oh, it's good. No, you can have some effort on it. This is what we call, this is what they call fried ice cream, right? I never had this stuff before. Nutella? You better put more of them. You better put a generous portion on it. Oh my god, that's kind of okay-ish. Wait, no, put more. No, we need more Nutella. You can just spray a little bit on top and just be like, oh, this is Nutella. No, you need more. God fucking damn it. You need more Nutella, come on. Not with matcha. Oh, is it bad? I don't know. I feel like Nutella goes well with anything. I want to try it. Covers Taylor's eye sitting on Guess whose bag? Wow. Just shared some yogurt pretzels and dried apricots with my rats, and they, as you may expect, went nuts for them. Jenny sprinkles jelly beans, Nutella, whipped cream, and chocolate sauce. Hey. I think this is good. The green tea ice cream topping mixed with blending manually. I like it. Hence Tira is sandwich in Nutella and Vegemite. I just don't think Vegemite is that bad. Pancake art. Are you gonna draw Pepe? Are you gonna draw Monka S? Do I have Monka S here? Monka S? Am I come back, Wildflower? Oh my god, it's Monka S, god damn it. Sister, you watch Twitch too much. Why are you drawing Monka S? Hey, that's not bad. That's honestly not bad. I mean, I would not be able to draw. I don't even know how to draw things with pancake. Is that butter wash? Why? No, 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 baby. Hence Tira is spicy curry with Nutella. Okay, I think. Let me rephrase that. Nutella with something sweet and not savory. Yeah, maybe that makes sense. I don't think Nutella with curry works. Oh my god, you're eating from the mouth first? Favorite cartoon character. Favorite cartoon character. Monka S. Hi, right guy. Nutella with peanut butter though? Yeah. From mouth to mouth. Favorite cartoon character. And then you're referring to Pepe. Okay. Ooh, Kyoho Grab. Ooh. Ooh. I want it. Don't say it though. Don't say it. That's a really jelly balloon ball. Lychee, strawberry, lemonade, grape, apple, and blue lemonade. Oh! 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 Nice! Have they tried some of these? You want hot balls? Gokena, those are not hot. They look cold. Those balls looks cold. But I'm not gonna. Okay, I'll stop. Those are jelly. Of course you want balls. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh my god, it's me, Soda. The video creator hasn't spent enough time on the internet, it seems. Probably. I don't know. I cannot say. They can also add fresh toppings. For ramen? Yeah, finish what you were saying. Cook it yourself with the help of this machine. Oh. I never saw this thing before. Ooh. Oh. Oh, that's hazardous. If that's hot, it says if that's hot water, that's kind of dangerous, no? Are you cooking the plastic? Tasty sweet balls. I mean, who would deny a good Dragon Balls, huh? Right? Just cobalt thing, I'm telling you, just cobalt things. Shinramyon, devil's thing, I tell you. Why is that peeing on the Hi SC. Seaweed bacon, cabbage egg. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that is not bad. I'm actually getting. I'm so fucking hungry right now. Looks like the water is cold, but you place the box on the heating element. I guess the box is sort of metallic. Is it? Oh, it's only 15 minutes. Okay, let me see if there's anything more. Yeah, I've seen this one already. Ten delicious sweet. I don't know how to talk anymore. Hi Dino Falls, how's it going? Whoever this person named Hungry is, they're very lucky. I'm so hungry. Let's watch this one. Pattaya. Today we're just watching all Thailand street market or street food. Night market is so cool. I know, right? I mean, I have night market at Sapakas. Sapakas is one. And then there's also Bollywood has one as well, but I don't think it's open anymore. This person started appearing in my YouTube feed lately too, but not street food. More instant snacks and self-heating meals. Yeah. They also do that as well. Is Tira's mouse a bearded dragon? Yeah. It's a custom mouse thing. I like it. We have no night markets or... grilled dried cuttlefish at the beach. We've got a weekly farmers market every Sunday with some good food. That sounds good. But the night markets in Britain is a surefire way to get what? Why? The classic way of grilling. It's the sand that makes it good. See, I don't know about that. Hey, look, there's a lot of poultry behind. Are custom mice something to set up? I think you just need custom mouse thing, and everything is free. There's like an app, I think. Sorry, give me a second. It's here. This one. Custom cursor. I think you just have custom cursor and then you can... everything is pretty much automated. Like you just choose your... weapon. Sorry, choose your cursor. And that's pretty much it. Extra serving of sand, please. Even kobolds don't eat sand, they eat rocks. The sand gives that extra crunch. I mean, if you want extra crunch, rocks better. Rock does give a better crunch. And Char's gonna get a dragon pin cursor, I see it already. If I'm not streaming, I will put it as dragon pin. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, would you be surprised though if you see a dragon pin mouse cursor? Sand is just really grind up rocks. Okay, that changed my mind. Hi, Paradox. Hello. Sand is the kobold of the rock world. Hi, Toonball. Okay, yeah, you know what? True. Yeah. Maybe I could try crunching on some sand. That doesn't sound too bad. I'll Google that later and set my mouse to called it. I got stinky. Kampun ka.
Yark!
That looks nice. It sounds crispy enough. Nice. Scallop and oysters? Mmm. Scallop and scallop and oyster is not bad. I like them. Also, welcome Paradox and Toon. Hope you are doing good. I'm just watching some street food after Tekken 8 session. Spade that can be eaten? Spade? Is that how you do it? Didn't you have fire below? Oh, hey, don't! Oh my god, TOS! Goddamn, put that away! You don't just casually flash that shit on the screen. Someone's gonna get traumatized for life. Goddamn! This is C content warning or some shit. Goddamn! My poor innocent eyes. I know, right? Chill. Don't look at that thing. Why are you like this, dancing bacon? Cursed rubber chicken. It's not even rubber chicken. What do we call that even? I don't know. Don't you have fire below? Why are you using blowtorch instead? I guess that looks cool, but it's just extra work for no reason. Have you seen the giant rubber chicken? Not really. I mean, I've seen a rubber chicken, but not the giant rubber chicken. Do send me a picture when you send the cursor. Wow, Jade. Maybe Jade is the thirsty one of all. You know, probably. Nah, I'll actually take it. I'm probably more thirsty than Jade. Something? We call it something? That thing? I don't even know what to call it. Gonna put in a few thousands of aerosol flames on it for 3 minutes. Moki? Get to find the texture product, not just to heat it. I guess. Yep. Yep. Oh, you know, I'm sorry, but when there's a shop that has face like this, I don't trust it anymore. Like, no, I'm sorry. Just too many times I see street food with stuff like this, like they put their face on the, you know, on the sign. But usually it's so bad. Like so many times I tried it. Monkey. Look at DMs. Okay. If an oyster with a cracker with a shot of hot sauce, not really. I said this stuff before. Die Fury. Roti sai mai. Con candy crab. Ah. Dahi. I'm sorry. It's not supposed to be that funny, but Dahi. Okay. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, I should explain. Tahi. Tahi means shit in Malay. You know, we are tahi lalat. Tahi Fieri. That guy looks like Jay Schlatt. A little bit. I see the resemblance. Heads up for ears with that fit. What fit? Oh, okay. We'll watch that after we finish this one. What is he making? Ice cream? Something? Man, spark make better sense in my head. Is that some sort of pastry? Come. What? Okay, why is SC Cum Bender is not getting automodded and then Paradox's Cum Bender is getting automodded? Here. I cannot believe the first thing you guys thought is the Cum Bender. Wowee. Automatic info, I swear to God. Hey, you? What is that? Why would you put that back in? Okay, this shit pissed me off every time. Why? Just put it in. Just put it in. Why are you putting it back? Why? Like, you took it out. It's not too much. It's not going to destroy the whole thing. You put it back? I hate that shit. God damn. Just put it in. What do you mean? Why would you want to put it back? Okay, thanks, I guess. I broke the great firewall of Automod. I mean, it would be a nice savory treat. Automod is kinda shit in my opinion. It's very shit. But when push comes to shove, it does help. Is that spigot? What do you mean by put it... What do you mean? What do I mean by put it in? They took it out and then they put it back in. I just think it's kind of disrespectful. Like, why would you want that? Yeah, you want the serving and they just put it in. Never understood why some YouTuber put their face as a drawing as their profile picture. It always looks generic and like shit. Honestly, yeah. I mean, maybe it's just my own bias, but I feel like human profile pictures are just not as good as dragon profile pictures. Like, really? Creatures as a creature in general just have more more structure than a human head. Like, the amount of customization that you can have for a creature is so much more than a human. So that's why you look from afar, the human icon is always looks so generic. Making loot jokes? Is there loot joke going on? Oh, that's fun. The only place I trust to be good is if it's a restaurant in Mexico that has Dragon Ball Z characters. Why? Tierra's tried to put it in. What do I want to put it in? Am I? I didn't take anything out. I'm not gonna put it in. Kid, get out, kid. Don't play phone when mom is working. Come on. Have a little bit of like respect, okay? That is an insane amount of ice, I would say. Hey, I understood that one. I would have to put it in. Put what in? What do you mean put what in? Mexico loves the BZ, and I can't blame them. It's really good. I mean, Dragon Ball is really good. Both the anime and Dragon Balls itself. Wow. Although for real though, what kind of machine is this? Blue Hawaiian soda? Pad Thai, Mr. Boom. Mr. Boom. Oh my god, chill! Do it slow! What do you mean? You're gonna get it sprayed everywhere. They're getting mixed! They're getting mixed! Brother, why won't you chill? Oh! Oh my god, it's getting mixed! Why? Why do you do it so fast? I don't see a line. I saw I get this Cobra Dragon Digger. Hey, look. Chat. My DMs are open for dragons and kobolds. Okay, if... Sorry. If you have a dragon pin, why not send it my... Why not send it my way? Hmm? Okay, I'll stop. I cannot do shit like this. My brain cannot handle it. Mr. Boombastic. Tira admits to getting it. We put Dragon Pin into go. It's fine, don't worry about it. Go get it, I'm worrying about it. I mean, it's cooked meat with something else. Hopefully that's not uncooked. It's only Ho Fan, right? Yeah, this is Ho Fan now we call them. It's flying everywhere. It's flying everywhere. Do you really need to do it that fast? Oh, nice sauce though. I mean, your name is Boomstick, but you're not handling a boomstick. You're handling two spatulas. There, nice and slow. Look at that. Oh, nope, you're spraying it over again. What did that Tauge do to you? Ooh. What did that Tauge do to you, buddy? Do you hate it so much being here? Bad. Good thing Jade is equipped. Hey, I'm not gonna complain. There. Look, yeah, see? Do it slowly. It's all good. You don't need to rush it. No one's rushing you. Oh my... I guess he wants to look cool. Pad Thai. Okay, maybe the name has boomstick in it, so everything is supposed to be bombastic, I guess. But why though? Not gonna lie, that looks good. Right? After all that, this one actually looks good. I would try it. Okay, why is so many crab? Can we have anything else other than crab? Ooh. Ooh, hey, I like that. I like that. Okay, okay. They look very good, but he's so aggressive. I don't know what did the food do to him. Banan. Oh my god, banan. Damn. I mean, I fear for your fingers, but it looks like you know what you're doing, so it's all good. I know it's a lot of crap. I... God damn. God damn it. I want my food to be filled with... Uh-huh, uh-huh. Okay. At this point, I'm not even gonna struggle anymore. This one is not food crime. There's a distinct lack of food crime. That's crap. Egg and banana? Sorry, what? Egg, banana, cashew and something? Egg, banana, cashew and chocolate sauce. I would try it. I would try it. Yeah. They all look good. They all sound good. They seem to go together well. I think it's not bad. Grilled octopus and squid. You know, after looking at Mr. Bombastic, everything just looks so boring now. Bombastic was Mr. Bombastic was too bombastic. You're cutting it on a stick. I mean, okay, I guess. I mean, if it works, it works. I'm not a fan of nut. Depends on type of nut. Yeah, we're there now. We're there now. My level of thirstiness is there now. Yeah. I know, I cannot deny it any longer. Uh-huh. I love how I got jump scared by an ad which broke the video player for a couple seconds. By not only switching back to the pause video of the stream, and when the ad ended it didn't resume the video for a few seconds. Audio wasn't stopped though. Whoa. Whoa. I made the Matrix. Matrix. Why are you slapping it? Why does this stall feel so depressed? Is it just me? I feel sad looking at these. I feel like I'm gonna cry. In a way that it looks so depressing. I don't get it. I hope I'm wrong on this. I mean, the food looks good. That's a nice chili sauce. I could never with squid or octopus. I love squid and octopus. Sweet. That boy feek? Did you just sniff it? DIY omelette rice. Ooh. I love a bit of a spicy DIY. Onion? Why are you like this? So can I just put everything in there? How many things can you put it in? The chili sauce is the happiest part of that stall. Yeah, looks like it. I mean, I'm sure their food is good, but I don't know why it's so depressing looking. I had black garlic ramen for the first time ever tonight. Authentic place, and it was incredible. Nice. That's a rather small cup. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, I was about to mention a single egg for all of that. Oh, this might be the food crime. One single egg for all of that. And the rice is bland. Whoa, look at the amount of instant. Oh my god. Let them cook. It's just one egg. It's so painfully basic. Yeah, the rice is so fucking dry. I'm sorry, it's so painfully basic. I want to watch this. Oh, it's Malaysia? Have I watched this before? I don't remember. I mean, even if I watch this again, I want to look at how they cook the whole instant ramen. Oh, we've seen this before. I remember this. No, my camera lens don't want to eat mochi. Get away from me. Kobo, please, can I visit and drown your rice cooker? Oh, it's not my rice that's dry. Any of meme videos? I have a lot of dragon videos, and I mean, I watch a lot of Tekken 8, I watch a lot of analog horror stuff. It's fun. And some video essays, because when I'm not looking at the screen, I can just lay. I can just have, listen to things. What about my vid? Oh yeah. Giant rubber chicken scream. Very loud, right? I know that wasn't your rice, but we make your rice taste better. Yeah, I'll take it. Can I put ice cubes in your deep fryer? Why? I don't want to eat rice. I don't want to eat ice.
Rubber chickens you get where you squeeze them and they scream. Did you know that you could get a giant one?
You are the biggest child in the universe.
Let me squeeze it for you.
Oh, siren. Oh my god. I need that giant chicken. Oh my god, that will make me the most menacing. That will make me the most menacing kobold. Can I have that? Can anyone buy me that? Like, this is the only thing I asked for. I want a giant rubber chicken. I want it though. You know what happens when you put ice cream into a deep fryer, right? I don't know. And I love when my toy chicken reaches 350 dp. I can't. 726. Oh, we haven't seen this one before. Indonesian street food Rimba Jaya. Oh, this one I haven't seen before as well. Malaysian street food KL. Check DMs? Okay. Oh no. Of course we have the rubber chicken cover of the music. Let's go Chicken Sun. Okay, let's watch this one and then we listen to Chocobo theme that's played by a rubber chicken before I end the stream. I think that's a good one. Alright, last video, or second last. This is 4 years ago. We're off to a good start. Okay, I mean, it's just frying chicken, alright? Why would you shave it all? Why do you leave the skin like that? Does it look good? Probably. I never seen anyone do that. It's either like fully shaved. Skin tasty? Okay, I respect that. Not crime yet. Uh-huh. I like it when eggs are fried like that. The chicken is gonna get cremated. Deep fried egg? Yeah. I feel like I feel like that's gonna be so dry. I have several questions. Is this good? I feel like the oil needs help. Is it just me? I feel like the oil is screaming for help. Okay. Apa ini ayam bakar? Oh, it's ayam goreng berempah. Okay. Okay, I know this looks sus. Alright, let me explain. I cannot explain it, but I know this looks sus. But yeah, I know this thing looks sus. I had ayam goreng berempah before, like this one, ayam goreng berempah. It's actually the good shit. I know I'm the sus one for saying this, probably, but that looks good. Egu? Yeah, it's like burnt ends. That shit's blacker than tar that it wants to die. Send a minute for what happens with the fryer. Okay, I'll check it out afterwards. I think this chat will grant you a wish of giant rubber chicken, Tira, but we'll twist it a bit and make it a giant version of the booba rubber chicken from Hey, look, if anyone modifies a giant rubber chicken with a booba on it, you know I'm gonna take it, right? Am I too thirsty? Fuck, okay, wait, no. I wanna... Possibly that or giant... Oh, giant rubber dragon is good. With the same outfit, I think that's kinda cute. A dragon with any outfit is cute. Bean curd. I love bean curd. What are you doing with that bean curd? Ooh, okay. Tofu. Tofu is good. Pretty basic, I would say, fried tofu, right? Is there any twist to it? Oh, different thing, but still dragon related. What other different thing can that be than dragon, giant rubber dragon? I squeeze it and it goes like huge Hong to 250 dB. Fried tofu. You can do it 3 times. You don't need to fit all in one. Needs more flavor to be interesting. Maybe some sauces? Yeah, probably. I think just some fried tofu would be just kind of bland. I think that's DM talk. Huh? How would a giant rubber dragon be spicy? Isn't it just like some sort of a, you know, like the giant rubber chicken? Jade Armory Bed. Why? Yeah, huh? I am confused. What did they eat? What did they add? I didn't. Stinky tofu? Oh no. Okay, look, I tried stinky tofu before. I cannot handle it. I'm sorry. Some people like it. It's a very acquired taste. Chili sauce? Looks like chili sauce and something. But stinky tofu on its own, I cannot handle it. Like, I tried it once, I cannot handle the smell. And when I bite into it, I actually gagged. What is stinky tofu? It's a Chinese delicacy. She's conflicted. Okay, context. A stinky tofu. The stinky tofu, as the name suggests, stinks. And I don't just mean stink, it fucking stinks. And it would, the smell could go so far. A few blocks, I would say. It's super stinky. So the smell itself is already like, just imagine sewer, right? A sewer smell. And then it's like super strong, potent even, right? And then you eat that. It's bad, right? But then again, it's an acquired taste. People like it. Some people hate it. You cannot force it. Something like that. Yeah, she was conflicted. You tried it before? Yeah. 那时候慧姐有买，她好像买那时候福利华外面有一档有卖臭豆腐，然后跟慧姐去买2盒，好像还是买1盒里面4个嘛。然后慧姐可以吃，芳姐吃了很辛苦，然后冰姐可以吃，我直接吐。Hi, Tinte. We can always modify the Hey, trust you, if someone do that, you know I'm not gonna deny it. I will accept it with a smile on my face. Because it's dragon, you know, dragon. 我不敢吃. Yeah, like I said, it's a very acquired taste. I was just like, hey, it's a one-time thing, why not just try it? Then I tried it, I vomit. Yeah. She eventually smiled, but it took a while. The smell is like delayed, right? It delayed. Like you don't bite it and immediately realize the taste. That's stinky tofu. So that's why she was conflicted, because she was possibly smelling the smell of stinky tofu. Macam longkang smell. Yeah. Longkang times 2, I guess. Ooh, generous serving? I don't think that's condensed milk. Must be some sort of creme. Can your pastry handle all of that? Mayo? Oh yeah, that looks more like mayo. Can you cover it up? Uh-oh, what are you doing? Is that seaweed? Oh, it's seaweed, okay. Is it? Oh, that's a clever way to put in the seaweed. Oh, it's gonna spill so much. I mean, fair enough. This is a very generous serving, I would say. Man, that substance. I would try it, this one. It's not a crime. I actually think it's not bad. I would try it. Sushi popiah. Popiah? I mean... doesn't feel like a crime. 罗汉果。罗汉果冬瓜龙眼炖冰糖。消暑散热清凉润肺化痰止渴解渴妙品。Wow. No wonder then, yeah, it's popiah. Sometimes on these videos I can't help but think, can we have the watermelon guy back? I have watermelon! Watermelon! I mean, I like this video. Yeah, they just add seaweed and it becomes sushi. Prawn fritters. Nothing that really wows me for now. Like, nothing that makes me want to get it. Like, nothing that makes me want to go like, ooh, I love this. You know? So far it's just pretty normal. Is that... Uncle, 等一下. Those are untreated prawn. You expect us to eat that? You didn't... You just put the whole shrimp in there. The head and everything. Untreated. Unclean. Do you know that there's like that black line that you need to take out on every shrimp? You're just gonna put it in. You're just gonna let it stay in. To the crime blog review. This is a food crime. Really? You didn't... That's a food crime. It's untreated prawn. Usually in xiaoping they use tiny shrimp and become super crispy, but still, they would... It's not... That doesn't look small though. I don't know. To me, it feels like a crime. Sharing on your fried pancake, definitely crime. I don't know how I feel about this. Tiga ringgit. I don't know. I feel like it's a crime just because of the shrimp like that. We need to eat the shell and everything? Oh hey, look, it's glutinous rice cake. Damn, is still reacting to the fried ice? I haven't opened a video yet. Luan Gao. It's a secret ingredient that will be useful later. Will you be surprised if I told you the rojak with siaping we eat? Yeah, Wahao Lu also made the same way. I mean, it doesn't look like I have to eat the shrimp head and everything. I mean, with the shells and everything is kind of fine, but it doesn't look like there is shrimp head over there. Damn, that looks good. Maybe they just blend in. I really don't think they have shrimp head in it. Is this salted egg squid? Those are some good thoughts though. I love how the man looks so unimpressed. Please smile for a little bit. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, that's good. And it's gone. That honestly looks really good. Why would you do that to your pan? What did it do to you? Why are you so angry at the why are you so angry at the wok? What did it ever do to you? I mean, I guess that's cool, but still. Ooh. Honestly, you cannot go wrong with salted egg sauce, something like that. It's really good. This one is a definite foot yay from me. It's just the way that he's handling the wok. I mean, it's rough, I get it, but why the throw and everything? That looks good. I think we know the drill. More? Wait, you just combined two of them? How much are you making? Damn! Okay, that is impressive. Not a single one dropped. That is... Oh, one drop. We saw that shit. And then the woman just put it back in. But still, that is some good tossing. Why? Why? Fried salted egg snack, chicken and squid. That honestly looks really good. For the camera, I mean, yeah, but poor Wok. What did the Wok ever do to him? This one looks good. This one looks really good. I'm so fucking hungry. Why am I doing this? It's 7:47. I should go eat dinner. Apom. Coconut milk pancake. Bear hen? Bear hen. Oh my god. I mean, I sure hope your hand is well. I mean, I guess don't look at hygiene so much, right? Yeah, it's street food. We don't look at hygiene that much. Me mixing around all the eggs at yours. Me? What place? I have concerns with this one. just a little bit. 叔叔有练过 like I'm more concerned about the hygienic issue. At least the uncle is enjoying this one. Look at that. He's so happy. I can fight with this. He looks so happy though. I mean, he's just dropping the sauce and then cooking this whole big ass wok of a char kway teow. Look at him. He's so happy. Smell for the camera. He was so done with that one look at the camera. That looks pretty good. The hand's very integral to the cooking process. Huh? Sao mochi? You cannot go wrong with mochi. I don't think you can go wrong with mochi, alright? Please, huh? There we go. See, that's not bad. That's nice. Yeah, nice and simple. Look at that. With a is this black sesame? Do you just mix them together? I guess it's fine. Interior egg emote when? I don't know. I have so many emotes I want to work on. Yeah, it's black sesame. Classic, you know. Go along with mochi. The classic peanut and black sesame. Peanut. Honestly, it looks nice. Hey, apam balik. I love me some apam balik. Ooh, generous amount of sugar, of course. Alright. And then the peanut. Ooh, okay. Just a little bit more. Ooh, alright, okay. I mean, spring everywhere, but I like it. Even more? Damn. Let it cook. Mm-hmm. Oh, this is honestly good. But there's so many left though. That's one way to prepare it. Oh, the peanut.
Original 150 per piece. 150. How many one? Just one. How you got?
I want it. I want apam balik. Oh, it's raining. Oh my god, I want apam balik though. It's spraying everywhere. You know, I have a add quote command. You can use that if you want. Exclamation mark add quote space. Like add quote in one word and then just like space and then the quote. I think that's how it works. I don't even remember how it works. More crepe? That looks really tasty. Apam balik is really good. Nice. Is that peanut? That's not peanut. Sweet and savory together. Dried banana. Cool. 299. Oh. Oh, it's been coded. I don't remember how it works. Johnson is sub. Snake said. Dag said that? I don't even remember. No buts. What? Stop swallowing. Oh my god. Yeah, Rose song. Looks like Jisoo. Doesn't look too bad. Oh, I think that's all of them. Grilled crocodile meat? God damn. The thumbs out gets bonus points for sure. Yeah, those are banana slices. Tyler, you ready for Monster Story on the 13th? I don't know if I'm gonna play Monster Stories though. I played Monster Stories too on stream. It was good, but eventually it just becomes a little bit. I don't like it as much anymore. Why all the quotes I get lewd? I guess I'm very lewd. My luscious run the Did I say that? Guys, I'm getting fun. Oh my god. Guys, oh no. You got double? Hey, you got no stop. Who keeps swallowing? Who keeps swallowing on Monsanto stories too? It's like a dumb but not. How is the bot supposed to know? I don't know. The Fryer video? Oh yeah, the Fryer video. I just hope it's not something like, you know, the last time. Guy put ice into fry at Popeye's fail. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no, why? About why though? Also that looks like someone else. That looks like someone random. Just going to, I hope, I don't know. That just looks dangerous as fuck. Then you guys can technically stand on top of it. I guess it's gonna, oh my god, I guess I'm so lewd. I'm weep. Okay, at least that one is not bad. Yeah, that is stupid as fuck to do. Because hot oil and water don't mix. It's lucky as hell that didn't flash over. Oil in that state is worse than propane. I'm not gonna... Oh, it's Dodgeball Academia, okay? Look, it's Dodgeball. Alright? It's Dodgeball, it's... I gotta pass for that, alright? Okay, let us listen to... I'm gonna go get dinner, I'm so hungry. We're looping this. Fuck! Why is why is stuff like this that makes me laugh so much? I don't fucking get it. I need more chicken, son. It's stuff like this that makes me laugh. I don't get it. It's so good though. Sure, dodgeball. It is dodgeball. Yep, it's dodgeball. 5% from breaking his face. Oh, we're playing Monster Rise with Narix. Sure, dodgeball. It is dodgeball. But you weren't dodging those balls at all. I was grabbing them. Your ISFP, you laugh at these. Okay, I'm not laughing at it. They'll just stop yipping. So you want me to stop yipping and start simping? Hey, that rhymes. Oh my god. My brain doesn't work anymore. Here, let me become... I'm gonna become big. Bah. Maybe just one more time. Yes, footballs. Dodgeballs. It is really dodgeball. My brain doesn't work anymore. I love it though.
Yep.
Oh my god, Roxas, let me eat.
Yep.
Okay, after I eat, I'll probably play Crab Champions with you.
Yep.
Teamwork grabbing balls, you have my attention. There's yipping going on. I'm just looping this now.
Yep.
It's dodgeball. I have to grab balls. It's dodgeball. It's dodgeball. I have to grab balls to save myself from getting balled. Play with you after I eat dinner. Special night stream. What, you want me to stream? You want me to stream me playing Crab Champions with you?
Yep.
A second favorite task. Like grabbing balls. Why would it be safe from getting bought?
Yep, yep.
I mean, unless it's Dragon Ball, then then I won't save myself, I guess. Look, guys, I know my brain doesn't work. Oh god. I love this music though. I love this music though. We're all innocent here, aren't we? Yeah, we're very innocent. Horny? Nah, I don't think any of us is horny here. It's just nah. Quote number 2. Oh yeah, I was talking about babies and or like kids and stuff. Oh hey, look, Merp is streaming. Let's rate Merp after I do get that thigh. Quote. Oh my god, that has to be Minecraft. What am I saying all these years? Oh my god, I'm so unhinged. The music is good at least. Can we go into food crimes? I'm gonna end the stream. I wanna go get food. I cannot look at food crimes anymore. I'm so hungry. I feel insulted by being called wholesome here. But why though? We're all wholesome here. Oh, I got char siu. Like I mentioned it. Like char siu is really good. Was meant as hope. No food, more food crimes? No. A kobold needs to sustain herself. Come on. Let me non-charge you. Oh no. Alright, I'm gonna get that thigh. While we loop this 44 seconds of the music for until I'm done with the stream, alright? I'm sure it's fine. I'm just gonna do this. It's fine. No nom. Oh my god, it hurts. Ow. Okay. Oh god. Okay. Ow. Okay. Ow. Ow. We good. Oh. Let me catch my breath. Oh, why am I so tired? Wait, don't they have like other music from this? Chicken Sun. There's an hour of chicken? So this is good. There's an hour of chicken. Okay. Have you did the 7,500 kills achievement? No. If you mean Crab Champion? No. Oh my god, there's your Asobi music? Oh, this SNES Nintendo man. Oh my god. I'm losing control. A kobold losing control on stream. I can't. I can't fucking them. Oh, is this just gonna be 1 hour of this? Oh, I think it's gonna be 1 hour of this. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna raid Merp before I lose control. Okay, let me summon let me summon Bernie real quick. All-star? Ooh. Thank you for stream. Of course, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out with me. And Cobalt appreciate. Thank you, Cobalt. And thank you as well. Alright, let's summon Bernie. Bernie!
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. Thank for stream. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Thank you. I mean, also partially making Cobalt lose control. I'm good, I'm good. All good, right? It's fine, all good. Don't worry about it. I'm okay, I'm okay. It's repeating, it's okay, it's all funny. It's not funny. It's not funny, it's okay. I mean, I don't know if you guys know, but I have a Discord. It's usually where I spam dragon pictures if I can. And also stream announcement in my... I'm just listening to the music, my brain doesn't work. Guys, help. I don't... Both types of dragon pictures, yeah. The other types you have to look at the you have to really read the rules to know what's going on, yeah? Like, I know people, I know some people doesn't do, like, I know some people don't just read all the rules because I know reading rules are very tedious, I get it. It's a long rule. Oh my god, fucking, oh, sensory overload, Roxas, goddamn! You fuck. Yeah, both type dragon pictures, and I'm pretty sure that's pretty much it. Let me type in the right to Merb. At least the music's... At least the music is good. I can't. Oh, okay. Am I helping? You know what? You are. It's okay. You're helping, you're helping. And I'm pretty sure that's it. I want to listen to Super Famicom Net, eh? Let me pause this one. Yeah. You guys might hear this as my opening music. I'm crying laughing. God fucking damn it. As I cannot control myself anymore. Oh, thanks for the red picture, bro. Oh, okay, all good. And let me just do... I type in the raid. We good. So, red. Should we be scarred? Why? Why scarred? Oh, scared. Sorry, I think that's scared, not scarred. I don't know. I already typed in the raid. Okay, let's raid. So, before the... It's so distracting. Before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Let me Kobo love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. I know when I'm saying it like this, it doesn't mean a lot. but I mean it, alright? It's true. Y'all valid, okay? Happy Pride Month. And here comes the raid to Murph. Boom. Oh my god. I'm good. Raid 4. Oh yeah, we're gonna get uppies. Let me copy this one. Oh my god. Nah, raid message. Oh, they got yipped. He got yiptified. Okay, I'm not hearing the chicken. In order to offer the couple some loving uppies. I'm sorry. Why are you like this?
Hey chat, did you know that in terms of kobold
This is
and dragon
the most
relations,
scuffed.
Kyra is the most compatible kobold
Oh,
for
no.
dragons?
This is the most
hey chat,
scuffed
did you know that
stream
in terms
ever?
of kobold and dragon relations, Kyra is the most compatible kobold for dragons?
Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Kobo loves you all. Bye bye bye, take care, take care. Kobo loves you all. Okay, we good. This is the most scuffed stream I ever had.